Welcome back, everybody, to Best Bet Live. Here tonight with you is Jordan Spina, like always. Dustin Shacklock back in the booth with me tonight. Got a 2-2 deep stack game here on a Wednesday night, pretty typical of our past few Wednesdays. Got a few new faces on the stream tonight. Obviously, a couple guys that have been here before. 100 to 500 max buy-in tonight. Dustin here with me. No E-Train, sorry guys, but they will be back with you guys this weekend, I believe.
Friday night, 5-5 PLO.
That'll be a good one. What do we got here tonight for us, Dustin?
What's up, guys? Dustin Shacklock jumping in the first hand. Scott bumping it up with Pocket Kings. Makes it 20 out of the big blind. Gets called by Joe from what looks like a button straddle to 4 with some mystery cards. And we're going heads up. Pocket Kings versus the mystery hand. Looks like Scott leads out here for 25. Bet and take it. First hand, Pocket Kings. That's always a good way to start your night. You guys jump in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, what's going on in your local card room. Always happy to hear from you guys.
Time rate games in this game.
Oh, that is the best.
Daddy Slap in the Twitch chat. Good start for your boy Scott there, picking up Kings in the hole for the first hand of the night. Didn't get much value out of it, but.
And someone looked at me and he goes, like, "Oh, this is gonna be a good game."
Good start for Scott.
The button. I'm like, "It's just the button." You know? Action's gonna start in the 8 seat.
All right, guys, second hand of the night.
This card has a nick in it. It's
coming apart in the middle.
Yoshi raising ace-4 suited here out of the big blind.
It's coming apart in the middle.
Already. Wow. 1, 2, 3 fold.
Wow, did we just see pocket 8s hit the muck? You guys know that means an 8's coming on the flop every time.
Standard.
Jamie makes a call from the button and the straddle with the deuce for a spades. And I guess Scott thinks he's got a good price there with 9-4 offsuit. I don't know. Can you ever get a good price with 9-4 offsuit? What do you need? A 100 to 1? 25 to 1? So the 9-jack deuce board connects with 2 players. Scott middle pair, Jamie bottom pair. Yoshi trying to keep the bluff alive. Continues with the ace-4 suited. The only player in the hand not with a pair. Gets called in both spots. And we're going 3 ways to the turn. Scott, Yoshi, Jamie. That's a little bit of a fun turn card now. Changes things up. I imagine this one probably checks all the way through. Check, check. Jamie on the button might try to steal it. There's already 165 in the middle. Another face card here on the river. Looks like either a queen or a jack. Yep. Scott getting the check mark with the 9-4 suited. I guess there is a right price to call with 9-4 offsuit. So Jackson 9s with a 10. Gets the check mark, takes down 165. Second hand of the night. 75 plus, a little over 80 big blinds in the middle.
Yep.
So you guys, if you guys were tuning into the radio show, I told you we were going to see some chips get pushed around here in this 2-2 no limit game, right?
That's right. Scott already up about 200 here in the first 2 hands. Picks them both up.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's got 2 for 2 right now?
That's right.
Wow.
Cletus in the Twitch chat. What's up, buddy? We got Alan Stevens here in the YouTube chat from South Carolina. Appreciate you tuning in. Coming down tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Alan, cool. What are you going to play when you get here?
Friday night.
Friday. No, tomorrow's Thursday.
Thursday night.
But Thursday is just like a mini Friday, so
right.
the games will be juicy for sure.
Thursday's the new Friday.
Thursday is the new Friday. So, another button straddle from Scott this time. It's going to be 4 to go. Yoshi puts the 10 fine of clubs right in the muck. Dan, King 9 offsuit. Dan McCletus in the Twitch chat. What's up, man?
7 fold for 20. 8 fold. 1 fold.
Jamie picking up ace-king offsuit here in the cutoff. Big slick. Calls Joe's raise. Looks like Joe bumped it up with some mystery cards.
Change already. Yeah, I changed it out though. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably yours then.
Yeah. No, you put him in the 6?
I can change it though.
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah.
Heads up. 5 check. 7 bet. 25.
Jamie leading out here on the flop for 25 with the king of clubs on the jack deuce 6 board. That's the power of position. Jamie takes that one down.
I mean, they have you in the 60s. But
You guys
you don't mind.
see my main man Adonis there in the booth slinging some cards. I'm sorry, in the box. How do I get in the game? I'm a 2-2 no limit reg at Orange Park and would like to get in the live stream game. We'll throw that email address up for you in just a second, and you can send Sage an email. Let them know what game you want to play and what date. They're filling up quick, though. September is... We added a couple more streams each week during the month of September to accommodate. We've had a bunch of requests, people wanting to get in these games, so these lists have been really long. So we added some more streams. Hopefully that'll help accommodate some of the players that have been shut out in some of these lists. So you guys are going to be seeing a lot more of us in the upcoming month. Hopefully that trend continues. Nick from Yuma, what's up, man? Thanks for tuning in, as always. Fun to be back in the booth. Been getting to do a little commentating lately. It's been awesome. It's been fun. Yoshi raising it to $24. 9-8 of diamonds on the button with the straddle. Picks up 2 callers. Scott and Glenn. Jack 8 of hearts. King 10 off. Wow, everybody gets a piece. Jack 8, top pair. King 10, middle pair. 8-9 suited, open ender. Yoshi leads out for 40 here with the open ender. I don't know how Glenn can ever fold top pair with a redraw. Tailored 74 says every mystery hand is 9-4 offsuit. Wow, King 10 gets there right on the turn. 3 10s, 10, 10, 10, King Jack in the lead for Scott. Scott running good. 4 hands in, he's won half of them. What's that feel like? Glenn leads out for 80 with 2 pair. Scott just makes the call with the trips. And the open ender gets there on the river. We might see this pot get big. There's already 440 in the middle. What a sick card. Wow, I didn't even realize that Yoshi had the open-ended straight flush draw on the turn. Wow, 8, 9, 10, jack of diamonds. Binks the 7 of hearts. Good. Spicy turn for sure. I missed the diamond.
225 from the 8 seat.
Let's get it all in. Wow, what a cautious call from Yoshi with the paired board. Trying to make sure he's not in a setup hand. That almost feels like a slow roll when he just shows you the 10. You feel like you're about to see a full house. He just flips over 1 card. He shows you the 10. Ugh. I bet Yoshi's stomach sank a little bit when he just saw the 110. Thought he was about to get slow rolled for the full house. 8-9 suited good. There's 890 in the middle. I've been telling you guys how good this game is. We're 4 hands in. We've already pushed around almost $1,500. What a sick game. Thanks for tuning in, guys. You got me, Dustin Shacklock, and Jordan Spina here in the booth. We'll be with you all night calling the shots. Afraid of the boat, for sure. I mean, he could have Jack 10. He could have a weird 10-7, I guess. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but in these low stakes poker, you never know. They show up with all kinds of weird hands. Jack 10 is a big one. 10-7 suited wouldn't surprise me that much in that spot. You never know in small stakes hold'em. They show up with the weirdest stuff. I say it all the time. Gary C in the YouTube chat, what's up? I don't know how the rest of that money doesn't get in on the turn. What? Like 9-4. Yeah, he called a raise with 9-4. He won the pot, but yeah, called a raise with 9-4.
With the situation, like, I don't know.
Where's the rest of that pot on the turn? That's what I want to know. He had the open-ended straight flush draw against trips with a guy in between that had
No,
2
we're talking
pair.
You don't lose for 5 years straight.
Where's the rest of that flop? I'm sorry, the rest of that pot.
Any hand. I mean, you can go to Vegas and play in Bobby's room. It doesn't matter who's at the table. You always have the nuts. You always win. So,
All right, we're on to the next one.
Where is this magical place?
well, it's for your soul, though.
Thanks for all you guys that have been hanging out, tuning in since the radio show. You guys are awesome. Looks like we got an under the gun straddle this hand. I saw Scott come out with red chips. He's going to make a raise.
Go somewhere and always.
Yeah, you got to sell your soul around.
Scott bumps it up there with the suited connectors. Bump it up with 7 of 6 at clubs. Air ball on the flop.
Money and have fun while I'm here.
Check, check.
Looks like we go check, check on the turn. Joe with the best hand getting the check mark. 1 pair, ace is good. And Joe takes that one down.
Holding this out. Raise 15 from the 8. Calling the 9. Raise 45 from the 1.
Here we go, bumping it up to 15 with the queen jack offsuit under the gun +1 from Scott. Scott definitely the most active player so far in the game. That's what I like to see. Let's juice it up. Caught a little bit of a cooler there with the king 10 offsuit hand. Dan putting in the 3-bet from the hijack, picking up on the fact that maybe Scott might be a little wide in some of these spots. Puts in the 3-bet with ace 9 offsuit. And Scott flops the best hand. It probably doesn't feel like it, though, on that board. Queen, king, 6, 2 hearts.
5 from the 1.
Scott telling the story, trying to rep a big king. Taylor at 74 says Yoshi knew he had too many outs when he turned the open-ended straight flush draw. I mean, he's got like half the deck. He really can't miss there. Any 7, any queen, any diamond? I'm getting all my chips in the middle. The paired board definitely slowed him down a little bit. Absolutely. Play that one a little touch and go. Let me know what you guys think about playing that spot touch and go. Like I said, I think he thought he was getting slow rolled by a boat whenever Scott just turned over the 10 first and didn't show him the other card. I don't. It definitely wasn't intentional, but it looked like a sweat.
No, all you need is 8 ace.
I know, I'm pretty nitty, man. I'll never do that.
All right, couple of junky hands in the muck. Matt picking up pocket 8s in the cutoff, bumping it up to 15, it looks like. Got another straddle pot here. Makes it 15 to go.
It's like the worst person I want to raise when I all in blind.
That's why I did it.
Scott getting it all in here with queen 8 offsuit.
You got me covered.
That's going to call, and we're going to flip for it.
I got pocket 8.
What is happening in this game? I don't know, but I'm into it.
Nice.
Queen 8 offsuit versus 2 red 8s. Heads up to the flop. No queen. Wow, case 8 on the flop.
That's a nice hand there.
All right, Scott drawing dead. Matt's going to get the double up. How sick is that? Case 8, 8 of clubs right on the flop in the window. No sweat for pocket 8s there. Sick one. Damocletus says it's early in the night.
Yeah.
You're right,
I
man.
was like, what happened?
We're getting busy early.
You were like, he had 88. I'm like, wait, what?
That's all I had.
He was definitely going to 88. He got 88 in with pocket eights. There was no
88,
chance that 8 was not
Dude,
coming.
that's a sign, man.
At least it wasn't 6.
So Matt gets the double up. Looks like he bought it a little short. Looks like he might only come in for 100. So we get it all in there. Spikes the case 8 right in the window. Gets the double up early on in the game. Just a few hands in. Already pushing chips around. That's what I'm talking about. I tell people all the time how fun these 2-2 games are to stream and to watch.
If you had 88, you'd win.
All right, on to the next one. Like we said, we got the dream team in the box. My boy Adonis Lane, Kirk Chewy, and then myself, Dustin, and Jordan Spina here in the booth.
All in. The 8. Fold in the 9. 1, 2, 3.
Scott gets it all in again. Gets the rest of his chips all in. He had Matt covered that hand, so he's got some chips left. Wow, Jack 9 offsuit versus pocket 6s. Here we go. Another flip. This time Scott's got 2 overs instead of 1. And he gets there. Got to dodge one of the remaining 2. Oh! I was just about to say it. He's got to dodge one of the remaining 2 6s, and he can't do it. 6 on the river. Scott's got to reach in the weekend wallet, get a reload. Scott, the first one to have to go for the reload. Wow.
It's something, right? It gotta mean something, right?
George Nino says all in with Queen 8 off. Yeah, he just got it all in with Jack 9 off. Got the best flop, and then got a pretty unlucky river. Nasty. Damocletus says Scott knows about the Jack 9. That's right. That's the favorite hand in the booth, allegedly. KRT, thanks, man. It's good to be back. I've been working on behind the scenes a little bit. It's good to be back in the booth, though, hanging out with you guys. I like doing both. Scott fizzled out quick. I mean, when you rip 140 or whatever it was with Queen 8 off and then followed up by ripping your last 100 with Jack 9, it's going to happen that way. Tito Roland, we'll drop that in the chat for you there on Facebook, so you can get in one of these upcoming streams. Chris Ward in the chat. What's up, Chris? That was a nasty river for Jack 9 offsuit. All right, Dan bumping it up here with Ace 10 of spades. Jamie defends the button with 2 5s. Wow, it's offset every hand. This is sick. Dan trying to draw to 3% equity there. Jamie thinks he has to put in a raise here because he thinks that's a wet board, but Dan is so far away from anything on that board. Dan would need runner, miracle to beat him. Jamie makes the right play there. It's a pretty wet board. He could be leading out with some big diamonds, maybe some weird straight draws. Like I said, Dan needs runner, miracle there to get there with the ace 10 suited. Set tripping tonight. That's right. Every hand we've seen like 7 hands, and 5 of them have been sets. Chris Ward, thanks. Thanks for tuning in, man. We'll see you around the room soon.
It's okay.
Sorry, it's my first time.
15 from the 9.
All right, here we go. Got a raise from Yoshi. There in the 8 seat. Bumping it up with Jack 9. Here we go again. Makes it 15 to go. Whoa, Scott folded a hand. That's the first hand I've seen him fold.
Suit is way better than the one I had.
It's not on the box.
All right, on to the next one. 2-2, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash. 100 min, 500 max. Juicy game so far.
Call 1. Call 2. Call 3.
Here we go. Looks like we got another straddle on the button.
Call 8. 15.
This time Yoshi picking up pocket deuces from the button in the straddle.
Call in the 3. Gonna call in the 8. 3-way action.
Gets called by king, queen off, ace tray out of the big blind. And we're going 3 ways to the flop.
3. Second the 8.
Pretty good flop for Scott here with king, queen offsuit.
5 from the 9.
Matt getting a piece of it as well. Calls with ace tray off and flops bottom pair.
Call 3.
The way Scott's been playing, he might just rip it here
Call in
with
the 8.
top pair, second best kicker. Nope, just calls, heads up to the turn. Wow, Matt would have made 2 pair if he stayed in.
Check 8.
Yoshi trying to tell the story here. 97 in the middle, looks like he comes out for 55 here. Scott doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that folds top pair on the flop. Do a turn bet. Nope, makes the call.
Heads up to the river.
2 players to the turn. Yoshi needed one of the remaining 2 deuces in the deck. Trying to figure out if he has any showdown value here. If he can check it back and win the hand. Not a lot of draws on the flop. Really the only way he can win this hand is to bet. I mean, sometimes in this spot, when you have like a really draw-heavy flop, you might have some showdown value with your deuces on the river. You could just click it back in this spot, but on to get called on such a dry flop, like, you just never have any showdown value. Even if the guy has 3-4, you know what I mean? Like, he's got you beat. Sometimes you can get lucky, click it back on the river. Kind of a small bet out of Yoshi. He bet 70 into about 205. Scott's getting a really good price here. You can never fold for that price. Yoshi shows the 2 deuces. No showdown value. All right, Scott picks up 350 in the middle after he got torched on that first buy-in. Trying to chip up a little bit.
Action begins in 2 seat. Hold 2. Call the 3.
JMC Stone in the YouTube chat says he was priced in to call. Yeah, I think maybe if Yoshi goes a little bigger there on the river, but he bet 70 into 205. You know, he's getting too good of a price there to fold that king. Yoshi could also have worse kings. You know, he could have king jack, he could have king 10, he could even have king 9 in that spot. You just beat a lot. You beat everything that he has but an ace. You know. I mean, sure, he can have some sets, but I think you're beating a big portion of his range and getting that price. I don't think you can fold. Chris in the YouTube chat says Yoshi's sizing was terrible. I think Yoshi was trying to make it look like a value bet, but that doesn't work for certain player types, you know. I think I understand what Yoshi was trying to do there. I think he was trying to make a bet. Make a bluff look like a value bet. But that doesn't work that well in low stakes hold'em. You know, low stakes hold'em is just about value, 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 taking them to value town. Fancy play syndrome, trying to disguise your bluffs like value bets is a symptom of fancy play syndrome. Doesn't work very well in low stakes hold'em. I think what Yoshi was trying to do was give him, 3-1. Make it look like he wanted to call. It almost worked, to be honest with you. JoJo in the YouTube chat says, "What's Best Bet family? What's up? Hope everyone is having a great night so far." Hey man, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. We love this 2-2 no limit game. Kevin Walls, thanks man. It's good to be back. Thanks for watching. Keep crushing.
All right, Dustin, I'm back. Looks like I missed some pretty good action here, huh?
So far, this game has been action-packed.
2-2 on a Wednesday night here in Jacksonville.
I mean, it's pretty standard for our 2-2 games. Oh, look at Scott picking up mixed aces.
Man.
You missed about 5 hands, and you missed about 4 sets in those 5 hands.
Wow.
And you missed Scott flying off the handle for a couple of hands. But it looks like he's dialed it back in. He reeled it back a little bit. Now he's just playing aces, I guess.
Ooh.
Not the best flop for 2 aces.
20, 28.
Probably not going to get much action here, though, huh?
Yeah, this is one of those weird spots. Like, you're really only going to get called by better in this spot.
Now you ain't betting 15 free flop.
Bullet in the Twitch chat. This is considered deep. Our normal 2-2 buy-in is 40 to 300, and this is 100 to 500.
That's right, 500 max. Juicy game. Ryan Jacobson in the Facebook chat. What's up? What's the process to get on this stream? Send me.
Talking to him.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my email in the chat. Just send me an email real quick, and we'll get you on.
Fold 7. Raise 15 from the 8. Fold in the 9. All in the 1. Fold 2 and 3. Heads up. Check 8.
Dan flopping the open ender here with Queen 10 offsuit, King Jack deuce. Scott Alford with a good point in the Twitch chat. Low stakes, make a good hand, and then drill chips in. No fancy play. People don't fold, and the rake is high.
Just the low stake.
Yeah, those are all super valid points. That's what I think too, man. I think in low stakes hold'em, it's just take them to value town. That's what it's all about. It can be like fancy play syndrome can be fun. You know, it's fun to take a really, really creative line, but if you're, you know, there's a thing in Skalansky's theory of hold'em where he says you have to be one level above your opponent. So if your opponent is a level 1 player and you're playing on like a level 5, the level 1 player is going to get the chips every time because he doesn't understand what you're doing. So like if your opponent is like a level 3 player, you want to be playing on level 4. If your opponent is a level 8 player, you want to be playing on level 9. If you're too far above your opponent, they're going to call you down. Your bluffs aren't going to work because they don't understand what you're doing. They can't understand these lines in their head. And the short way of saying that is fancy play syndrome. That's why it doesn't work. That's just a fancy play syndrome is a short way of saying that.
Everyone sets their poker. I don't know about that.
Oh, wow.
Phil Galford says that, so he's a goat.
What's that?
JMC says ignorance is bliss. Not at the poker table, unfortunately.
Fold in the 7.
Joe putting in the 3-bet here with Big Slick. Makes it 50 to go.
I think King Jack just went in the muck there.
King Jack did go in the muck. I think that's where King Jack's supposed to go when you're out of position facing a 3-bet. Wow, I'm really surprised Scott folded here. Scott doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that likes to fold. Actually, it looks like King Jack might have been in position there, but still, King Jack to a 3-bet. King Jack offsuit to a 3-bet. Not really my favorite spot to call. That's one of those things where you might flop a king and just be totally dominated. You flop a jack. You just never really know where you are in the hand with a hand like King Jack offsuit. Unless you flop a straight draw, flop a flush draw, it's really hard to figure out. It's like playing Queen 10, you know, and flopping a queen in a 3-bet pot. You just never know where you are.
My hand ready to go.
He's like, there will be a straddle on this game.
Yeah.
From which direction it comes.
I don't care.
Is that an under the gun straddle there?
Yeah, it looks like we got a straddle under the gun.
You guys have waitress?
Yoshi clicks it back with 10-4 diamonds and flops a 4. Nobody in the hand with an ace. Matt with a gutter ball.
Scott hits a queen there.
Oh, Scott does have a queen, yep. Now Jamie picks up some diamonds. So does Yoshi.
Jamie picks up the gutter ball too to a 10.
That's right, a 10 or a diamond. Let's build a pot. Let's see some action. How sick would the deuce of diamonds be?
That'd be sick.
Never mind.
No, not anymore.
5 tray in the muck.
We're right there on the river.
Scott gets a check mark. Queen's good.
Check in the 9. Also saying
Yoshi trying to decide if he could have bought that pot. I think the answer, he's going to see the answer is probably yes.
Yeah. Sweet queen, definitely could have got him off
As
there.
long as you don't throw away the winning hand.
Ryan Jacobson, we sent you my email, man. Send me an email. We'll get you set up.
Yeah, check your DMs, Ryan. I sent you a message there.
Check your messages.
Don't go all in with ace 4. You'll be all right.
straddle on the button.
You guys are awesome for sticking around, hanging out with us from the radio show all the way until now. Like we touched on a couple times, we're going to have a lot more streams coming up in September. So if you feel like you've been shut out, you've been on the list a couple times, haven't been able to get in the game, we're trying to accommodate all these people. We know the list for some of these games have gotten out of control. So we're just going to start streaming more. Win-win for everybody. The viewers at home, me and Jordan like doing this, and that way we can get everyone that wants to get in the game.
Yeah, Dustin and I, we see the players in the game every week, obviously. So we try to keep the rotation, have a cycle of new players that get their chance to play in this game. 2-2 is a good opportunity for those new players. So yeah, guys, get on the list, and in the next month, you guys definitely have a good chance to get in one of these games. Oh, running deuces there.
It's good.
For
Jack
nobody.
high.
Yeah, right.
It's good. Barely. Yoshi had 10 high.
So yeah, guys, if you're interested, check the Twitch page and scroll down a bit, and you will see email addresses to contact us to get in the games. Schedule also available for you there.
Blood race. 15 doll hairs.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, spicy.
Do bomb pots around here?
In this neck of the woods, sure, I guess.
Wow, right.
This did the bump, yeah.
I don't think that they're outlawed. Holding the 1 and the 2.
The
Falling in the 2.
$15 bomb pots always fun.
Fold 4. The raise. Folding from the 6. Folding
What
in
you're
the
saying
7.
is I gotta look now?
We can rip it in if you want.
Ooh, you got multiple players in the hand. Can't say that.
I already following the stream.
He's talking to you. Well, if you were talking to Jamie, then
Talking
that's
about his food. Watching me and I was like, man, we can rip it in.
He's ripping it in, bro.
he's
That
ripping
is what
through
I'm
it.
doing.
He's ripping
Alright,
through
let's get away with one.
All right, guys. Dustin and I also realized there might be an easier way to view these lists and schedules. We're going to drop a link for you guys in all the chats. Basically, you just go to Google and Google bestbetlive.com. First link that pops up is your Best Bet Live's page, and you just click there. Sage's email address is right there on the top, and the schedule below it. So let me get you guys a link to the actual page, but like I said, Google bestbetlive.com. It'll take you there. It's a little bit easier than navigating through the Twitch site.
Perfect. There you go, guys. Jordan and I found the hack.
That's right.
Drop that in the chat for you guys. Take a look at the schedule. Send Sage an email. Let us know what game and what date you want to play. He'll get you in the game. He'll get you on the list. He'll let you know where you are on the list. And all you got to do is show up. Be ready to go. If you don't show up, we're going to keep rolling with the list, and you're going to get skipped. There's always people behind you that want to play, so make sure you're here on time.
That's a great point, Dustin. Yeah, we have a lot of problems with a good bit of the list, not being here for the start times or not showing up at all. So make sure if you guys are on that top 8 now, as we're 8-handed, if you guys want to play and you're in that top 8, make sure to be here on time by 7 at the latest, preferably 6:45, 6:30. Make sure you're in the game. But yeah, excited to see some new faces in the near future.
Hell yeah. There you go. Those links are in all the chats, in the YouTube, the Facebook, and the Twitch chat. If you guys want to take a look, let us know what game you want to play. Yoshi getting the check mark here with 2 pair. Joe trying to get there with the open ender. Brick turn, brick river.
No, he made a I'm on the stream.
means I'm going to call your bet no matter what.
Open-ended, not a problem.
Nick from Yuma, yo, what's up? Best Bet Live, Best Bet Live. That's right. 2-2 deep stack cash game Wednesday night. For all of the PLO freaks out there, we'll be back on Friday with some 5-5 PLO action. That game's really fun because you see all kinds of different stack sizes, and you probably pick up a thing or two of how to play different stack sizes in PLO. You got the guys that min buy for 300, and you got the guys. The game's uncapped, so you're going to see guys buying in for anywhere from 5 to 10K in that game.
It's a risky move, min buying in that game, huh, Dustin?
I mean, some guys just try to get it. I mean, PLO, you never know. It's such a swingy game. You could min buy in that guy, get it in 3 ways, get a quick triple up, and now you got 1,000 in front of you. Now you can play. Now you got, now you got 200 big blinds. You can make some moves.
God forbid that's the first hand and you get the nuts and you only have 300 behind though.
For sure. Yeah, that's the only downside. It's getting deep. They're gonna, even when you start the hand and a guy's short stack, it's possible that you could be playing for stacks, so you have to adjust your range a little bit. You want to play a little bit tighter because it's quite possible that if the pot starts getting deep, you're going to be playing for stacks. And that's smart short stackers can definitely use that to their advantage. Let us know in the chat what you guys buy in for. You guys buy in for 100 big blinds? If it's deeper, do you guys buy in for the max? You guys buy in for? We got any short stackers out there? I've known some guys that have been pretty profitable at short stacking. It makes the decisions a lot easier too. When you only got 60 bigs, it's a lot easier to make a decision and feel good about it than when you have 300 big blinds.
Look at this guy in the YouTube chat, Dustin. He guessed what we're playing in Roswell. It's a decent guess, huh?
Yeah, pretty close.
Where you at, buddy?
Yeah. I think we're in the next county over.
Yeah. Sounds like we may have a viewer tuning in from Russia, if I throw a guess out there, somewhere in that area of the world. Pretty cool. Let us know where you're from, bud. We've been getting a crazy diversity of people tuning in, Dustin. We had like Finland and Nigeria and, countries all over the place. Israel.
That is awesome.
Australia. All over the world. It's awesome.
Sherry says half to a full buy-in. Okay, I'm a full buy-in kind of guy. I'm 100. I feel a lot more comfortable playing with 100 big blinds. I'm not very, very good at short stacking. I tend to make the wrong decisions. So yeah, I'm a 100 big blind kind of guy. Scott Alfred says, what games run daily when we say things go back to normal? So every day we run 2-2 and 2-5, no limit, 2-4 limit. Those run almost all day, every day. The 5-5 usually goes in the afternoons and on the weekends. During the week, we'll usually have 1 to 2 5-5 games. And on the weekends, we'll get like 4. And
I don't know. Last night, Tuesday night, I think we had 3 or 4.
3 5-5 PLO games?
It's crazy. On weekday nights, we're getting 3 to 4 5-5 PLO games sometimes. So
PLO is the game. So yeah, we're getting 3 or 4 PLO games every night. 2-2, 2-5, 2-4, and then on the weekends we might get like a 5-10, 25 no limit game, some high-low game in the back of the room, like a Big O or a PLO 8 or better.
You get a 1-2 PLO just about every day, seems like.
Yeah, PLO 1-2 PLO 8 or better usually runs in the back of the room.
Sure, Big O pretty regularly, so definitely a good spread of games daily here for you, Scott, if you want to come down.
Stephen Nall says standard 1-2 buy-in for 200, so 100 bigs. Yeah, I'm a 100 big blind kind of guy.
Shamir over here saying he's a min buy kind of guy.
I've known some guys that can min buy it and make it work. Like I said, if you know what you're doing, people are definitely going to play differently against you. Smart thinking players are going to play differently against you when you're short stacked, and it's going to make all of your decisions easier. It's a lot easier to 3-bet and get all your chips in the middle with big slick when you've only got 40 big blinds than when you've got 300.
Sure. Cletus in the YouTube chat. No, Yoshi's actually in the 7 seat. Just kidding. He's in the 9 seat. That's him with all the Yoshi stuff. Cletus in the Twitch chat hates min buy players.
Min buy players can be really annoying to play against. Track BF says, when you're all in, you can't be outplayed. That's what I'm saying, man. When it makes the decisions a lot easier. Once you get all your chips in, get a good hand and go with it. Derek Daddio said, where's the 1025 game? So we stream it about once a month. It doesn't always go. And when it does, sometimes it's like on a whim. They'll just, like, we don't even know what's going to happen. They all text each other and they just show up at the room and they say, hey, we want to play 1025. But it doesn't go every day. We try to stream it about once a month and we kind of put the game together in advance and get a stream going. But as far as it going in the room, it just kind of happens on a whim, man. They show up, they want to play. You know, we get them a dealer and 1025 goes.
Why stream this game, though? Our 2-2 games have been some of our most enjoyable ones to watch. I mean, they're pretty wide with the action and seem to be looser than some of the other bigger games. So 2-2 seems to be a lot of fun. Plus, there's usually a good bit of table talk, you know, not so serious. So 2-2 is usually a pretty fun watch.
Also, like, we like to stream these lower stakes games because that's what everyone's playing. You know, there's such a small percentage of poker players that can afford to play 1025. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I want to watch the games that are going on in my local card room. You know what I mean? I want to see how the guys that I'm playing against are playing. I like to watch 1025 every once in a while, too, and see what the best are doing, obviously. But, you know, we like to stream the full spectrum. We stream 2-2, 2-5, 5-5 PLO, and 5-10, 25 no limit.
Plus, you know, all the really big games, you're getting, you know, majority of the same returning players. You know, you're getting George and Toby and John O. and a lot of the same returning faces. 2-2, like I said earlier, we get more new faces in the game, more opportunities for, like Dustin said, the more regular player to get on a live stream. So, you know, the players in the room seem to love the 2-2 games. I mean, we get good action on them too, so they're fun to stream.
Yeah, 2-2 is my favorite stream to commentate.
I agree.
For sure. Damocletus likes the 2-5 stream. The 2-5 stream is great too because with that $1,500 buy-in, like, it feels like a 5-10 game. It feels like it plays so much bigger than it actually is.
Eric Miller 2-4 limit stream for the people. We've been talking about it.
Yeah, it's going to come right after the one card stream.
On one of these big high hand promotion days, we should do that, like on the 12 days of Christmas. Just run a 2-4 limit game in here.
Do you think the stream would break after high hand ends?
Probably. No, I don't know. The limit games, they've been pumping past the high hands lately. It's weird.
Yeah, all right. Derek in the chat says, is 8-handed the max? Yeah, we are currently 8-handed in all of our games. Tamika says, likes the channel because the games are relatable for sure. I love a good high stakes game too, but Mama doesn't have that kind of money. That's right. These are the kind of games you're going to see in the room.
She said yet.
That's right.
She ain't done.
Atta girl. Aim big.
That's right.
5-4 getting the check mark here. Scott makes the nuts on the turn, right? Gutter ball, 3 of clubs, gives him the 6-high straight. Gets the check mark. Looks like he leads out for just over half pot. Yoshi makes the call. Gross. Pitches to King Jack in the muck. Nice. I think Scott played that really well. Perfect bet size. It's like we talked about on the stream the other night with your value bet sizing. Whether they call or fold, if they tank, then you picked a good number. So, like, what I mean by that is when you're on the river and you're value betting, and your opponent goes into the tank, that's a good sign. That means that you hit. Eddie and I talked about the sweet spot. So when your opponent is thinking about it, no matter what they do, if they take a long time to make a decision, that means you got pretty close with your value bet, with your sizing. If they snap fold, you're going to go, oh, man, that means you went too high. Or sometimes they just don't have anything to call you with. But when they snap fold, a hand that they would have called with, you went too high. When they snap call, you bet too low. But when they think about it, that's a good sign that you're pretty dialed into your value bet sizes. King of Deuces says Yoshi can't fold, not because he shouldn't, but because folding isn't fun. That's right. Nobody gets in their car and drives all the way to the poker room to fold. Stephen All says 2-2 can be more social, gives an opportunity for a regular Joe who is a rec player to have fun and interact with people. Yeah, absolutely. Very blue-collar game. I love 2-2. Kid Cash says the bid guys need more room. Keep it 8-handed. Dan trying to buy this one with 4s and deuces with an ace. That's 65 into 98. Glenn with the mystery cards, thinking about it. This is what we were talking about when you value bet just right. I mean, obviously he's bluffing, but wow, gets him to lay down. Okay, he had the best hand. All right. Looks like Glenn showed ace 10. So ace deuce was good. That's one of those spots where your opponent just has nothing and can't call. I don't know what all that tanking was about.
Yeah, Glenn played on the stream a few weeks ago and did pretty well. So he was looking to recreate that success tonight, I think.
Oh, cool.
Slid in at the last second in our final seat opening. So
very cool. Loan for Cards says, I love 8-handed. It feels more comfortable in the table. Yeah, 8-handed's fun. Also, you can open up your under the gun range a little bit, you know. In a 9-handed or even a 10-handed game, you have to play so tight under the gun and under the gun +1 to really be profitable from those spots. In an 8-handed game, you can open it up a little bit. Cameron Tate says, viewing from Maryland. Very cool. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in.
Joseph in the YouTube chat, has anybody min bought on a stream game? I believe Matt in our 3-seat min bought tonight. We're not 100% sure, but it looked a lot like it.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he bought in for 100, and he got that big double up from Scott when he got it in with pocket 8s versus queen 8 offsuit and flopped the case 8. Got the full double up. So he's got 100 big blinds, thereabouts. Jeff Paget, cheers from Canada. Hey,
threw
man.
me off for a second.
Yeah, me too. KRT says seat 2's card reader seems to struggle often. Yeah, depending on who's in that seat, they do seem to have a little trouble getting it in that box.
That 2-seat box is a little wonky. All the squares are lined up in the right spots except for the 2-seat for whatever reason is a little bit off. So yeah, it could be a little tricky on that 2-seat. King of Deuces in the Twitch chat. We'll throw some numbers up there for you just a second after this hand. See where they're at.
I like that. This time it's the 1 seat. Couldn't get the read on the cards.
He's in the box. Should be all right, but
Yeah, he's
we'll
in
see.
the box.
Might have a dud card in the bunch. We'll get it sorted out. Scott flop top pair here. Picks up open-ended as well. Glenn really with nothing here. Couple overcards. Checks it to Scott.
Needs a 4 or an 8 here. Scott top pair with the double gutter. And going to keep his foot on the gas. Picked up more equity on the turn. Glenn just with the overcards. Wow, looks like Scott gets there. It is a diamond.
I mean, he was already there.
He had the best hand the whole way. Picked up more equity on the turn.
Glenn
There it is. Glenn's going to bluff at it.
Diamonds, huh?
Could get him off here, though.
That call up straight.
Snap call it sounded like, though.
He said, you got diamonds, huh? All right, well, I call. I got a straight. And the straight was good. I think Glenn kind of felt like that was the only way he could win the hand. Obviously, it was. The only way he could win the hand was to bluff at it.
Any other diamond there, he gets through there, though.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. He has to pick up running diamonds on the turn. You know, he's got to pick up a diamond draw on the turn and call a bet and get there on the river.
It's true.
Like when you have the car protector and the hat.
Stephen All says, my man Chewy delivering the mail in the box. Says, come and get it.
Favorite character out of Mario Kart.
Poker Yoda says cards need to be over the upper right corner on the 2-seat. Yeah, that's right.
He knows it.
They do.
Poker Yoda, when you come into play, we'll get you right in that 2-seat. No problems all night.
All right, if you guys are just joining us, we're playing 2-2 No Limit Hold'em, Deep Stack Cash. We got some giveaways coming up later on the stream. We're going to do a Facebook giveaway and a Twitch giveaway. We're working on something else for the YouTubers. That's in the works. I promise we didn't forget about you. But Facebook and Twitch coming a little later on in the stream, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
C2 and 3 are
Cletus, if you're looking, you just saw him on the screen there. He's in the box tonight. I believe he was already in the box once, I believe, to start the game. So you'll see Donnie Dillon tonight. He will be back in the booth Friday, I believe.
9 folds and 4 folds.
So you'll be hearing more of him then. Tonight you'll just be seeing him.
6 and 7. 6 made at 20. 7
You'll probably still hear him.
fold all around.
Cletus. Yeah, he's right. You'll still hear him.
He's loud. You'll still hear him.
Checking 6. Bet. 5. Let's call.
Cletus, I know you're sitting on the rail anyway. You can just talk to him
25 and
while you're sitting there.
All 6. Check 6. Bet a 35. Seat 7.
Joe in there with a mystery hand. Jamie with ace 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, Cletus, I know. Superman, yeah. A lot of 2-5 players do slip in this game because it is a deeper stakes, deep buy-in. So definitely you get a fair share of 2-5 players on this 2-2 stream weekly. So we got another mystery hand here, guys. Obviously, we believe there might be a dud card in the bunch, something throwing our graphics off. So we're trying to get it squared up. Bear with us, please. Taylor says Joe with a flush. I don't think so.
Maybe a 5. Ace 5 here, maybe? 4-5?
He said he had a flush. I thought I got the hands mixed up. Maybe.
And like 4 or
Spades
5.
got there, maybe. I don't know.
Spades did get there on the river.
We got a bunch straddle on 1.
John Lee, cheers everyone. I'm from Jax. Welcome to the room. Hey man, what's up? Welcome to the stream.
That was like my funnest thing to do in Vegas.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
When they used to have it there, the Hard Rock.
Alright, let's bunch straddle.
The Hard Rock Hotel.
Didn't matter the hand. A 5 was good. A flush was good. 2 pair was good.
Right.
A lot of hands that could beat ace 10.
Some fried rice.
A better ace.
They had a pool.
Ace jack.
7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. And one's gonna defend. Heads up.
Deep.
Tricky Hunter says, what I missed so far? Man, the first
Seat 4.
30 minutes were action-packed. It was just a set. Somebody had a set every single hand. It was sick. The first 6 hands, we probably pushed around $1,500 on the table.
And a call in seat 1.
Wow, neither player with a spade in their hand.
Jay let out the flop. He's going to just c-bet this thing down. He's just king high here. King, queen high. Yeah, flush draw gets there. Paired board. Not liking his 5s, I don't think, too much.
Dan's not believing him. Look at Dan.
Right.
Dan
Go
says,
raise here. Yep.
wow, bets 30. We see some green chips coming out. Takes it to 80 maybe?
So Jay raised pre-flop, led out on the flop, and then led out again on the turn, and Dan raises here with a pair of 5s.
I think it's a great read by Dan. A lot of cards get there. You know, all the spades get there. He could have an 8. He's on the button, so he's going to be pretty wide in this spot, or he's supposed to be pretty wide in this spot. I think it's a good read.
Great read.
And then he's still got a little bit of equity with his 2 overcards if he gets called there on the turn. John Lee says, nice play, Dan. Yeah, I think so too. Like I said, even if he gets called there, he could still bink some equity on the river and click it back, maybe win the pot that way.
No, Dan had the 5.
Oh, you're right. Dan did have the 5. Dan was in the lead.
Yeah. It was not a good board for 5s, though, and he got bet into the whole way and raised. It was pretty good play. Dan, in the next hand here, picking up 8s in the hole. Would have liked that last hand. Would have flopped quads.
We just saw one of his 8s go in the muck. 9-8 offsuit just got folded.
Ace queen gonna come along here, make a call. Yoshi just needs to throw in a few more dollars. 3 ways to flop.
Pocket 8's in the lead.
Not much, but some backdoor draws and a couple of overs for the other two guys here.
That's right.
Checked around to Dan with the 8s. Puts in a big bet there at 70.
You know what I had?
Gets a couple snap folds around. Shows the 8s.
Of course, they're never going to lose.
They kind of got off to a little bit of a rough start, missed a couple big draws, couldn't make a couple of hands, but looks like he's trying to make up for it now. That's the way to do it.
Here's some stacks for you guys. Forgot to throw that up a few minutes ago. Yoshi, for who was asking earlier, is up the most tonight, up about 300. Glenn, who we saw get his bluff called there a few moments ago, is stuck about 5. So Glenn trying to make a comeback here with the few hours left tonight in our stream.
Joseph says Jay hesitated blatantly. I missed that, but yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of the benefits of live play. You can see that kind of stuff. Timing tells. Yeah, great read by Dan. If that was the case and Dan sniffed it out, great read.
Yeah, I mean flop is 5 or 8-8-5, and you have 5-3. Turn comes a 10 or a jack or overcard or whatever it was. With a spade draw getting there.
Blast them.
Yeah.
Chewy bringing the heat in the box there, putting it on him. This time we got a button straddle from Joe. There in the 5 seat. Makes it 4 to go. Jamie's going to make the call out of the small blind. Scott, my action man, throws his cards in the middle. 10-5 offsuit. All right, that makes sense now.
Bunch of junky hands besides this queen jack. Little glitch here, guys. Sorry about that. Ace 10 gonna come along, suited. Looks like we're heads up all the way through here. Check through the flop. Jamie with top. Gonna lead out here. About 20 it looks like. Gets a quick fold from Yoshi.
Yeah, I think Yoshi's got to find the fold there. I think it's okay to, even if there was a bet on the flop, it's probably okay to peel there one time in position. Try to pick up a 9 for the open-ender. Try to spike a king, queen, or a jack. Obviously, the flop went check, but I think it's okay to peel one time in position in that spot. But he got a free look at the turn. Jamie let out. Time to fold.
Button straddle here going to the next hand.
I love all these button straddles. That's something that's unique to the live stream tables. We don't let them button straddle out in the rest of the room. Only here in the live stream game.
That's right, or in the time rate games.
Time rate games also, yep.
No way.
Action starts here in the small blind with Scott. 8-6 of hearts.
Fireball's coming.
Looks like Scott just calls the straddle.
Yeah, a couple of small suited connectors here. Gonna get in here. Jamie, king jack off. Gonna make a raise.
I think when you have that many callers, though, I think you need to go a little bigger. I think your goal with this hand on the button should be just to pick up that dead money. So I think you got to go a little bigger. I don't think $24 is enough. It's only 6x, and you got 4 or 5 limpers in front of you. I think he needs to go a little bigger, like probably closer to 30, 32, something like that, with the intention of picking up that dead money. And if you get called, sure, take a flop, play a hand, but you don't want this to happen. You don't want to get called in 3 spots and have to go 4 ways to the flop with king jack offsuit. I mean, he's got position. That plays a huge part in it.
Decent flop for king jack offsuit.
Pretty good flop for king jack offsuit. Now you just take him to Value Town.
Yeah, Dan's got a gutter ball here to an 8. Scott with a bunch of backdoor draws.
I'm not even drinking.
Oh, excuse me. He's open-ended.
No way I should put in $24 of that.
Excuse me.
Not even $4.
Picks up some more outs there with a heart.
Wow, picks up the hard draw.
Your man Scott's not going anywhere here.
Wow, Jamie improves. Top pair turns into trips here on the river. Jamie gets the check mark. Scott's going to give up, it looks like. Jamie trying to figure out what kind of hands he can get value from. Unfortunately, everything missed. Scott's hand looks exactly like what it is. Some kind of open-ender, some kind of flush draw on the turn. It looks exactly like what it is. It's going to be hard to get any value, so Scott just checks and gives up. We got a couple people asking about why the button straddle isn't allowed in the rest of the room. You know, that's a question that's out of my pay grade. I don't really have the answer, to be honest with you. Nice pot there for Jamie, taking it down with King Jack offsuit. Yoshi picking up ace jack of clubs in the small blind. Looks like another button straddle. Herman Reeves says house rules. Yeah, I mean, that's why you can't do button straddles in the rest of the room. But I'm not sure why it is a house rule. Dan putting in the 3-bet here. King Queen offsuit. KF says, I should be in charge anyway. Yeah, buddy, heavy is the head that wears the crown. You know what I'm saying? Gigawatt says, checking in. What's up, man? We talked about your hand a little bit earlier today. Honestly, in really small stakes hold'em like 1-2, I think button straddles just slow down the game so much. It's just there's always confusion about where the action starts, like every single time. Anytime I've ever played a low stakes game that allows a button straddle, I mean, every time somebody, because it's not consistent. So like once every 7 hands, somebody straddles the button, and then nobody ever knows where the action starts, and then the under the gun guy acts out of turn, and we have to back up the action, and it's always a nightmare, to be honest with you. Nice bluff with the king queen. I agree. So, I mean, that's my take on maybe why we don't have the button straddle in the room, out in the rest of the room. Like I said, I'm not sure. It's just a house rule that exists, but I think it just slows down the game too much. People never know where the action is.
That's a good point. I can vouch to that. We were talking a lot about dealer pet peeves the other week on the stream. That can definitely throw that on the list.
Yeah. Talk about that for a whole stream.
Yeah.
Had to go walk the dog. Turn the truck off.
Poker Nemo says, let's go with the Max Payne. Yeah, one time.
That's right.
Checking 7, checking 8.
Check you missed your free fireball shot. You weren't here.
Oh, man. They're going to run it again then, huh?
9.
Looks like pocket 9s from Yoshi gets a check mark.
Can't do anything.
Picks up a quick 70 bucks. Gigawatt says, I had enough Max Payne to last a while. Not only that, then we had to text you and ask you what your hand was and make you relive that all over again. Trying to get to the bottom of it.
Guys, what do you got in order, guys? So he's gonna have to raise it. So put out your normal ones here. What's that?
KF says, to be fair, lots of dealers make the issue worse. I mean, sure. Yeah, that's a valid point.
Oh, so we're all going to do it.
Right, so no looking at cards.
Has to do it in order.
So no looking at cards.
I mean, we don't have to look at
Superman in the YouTube chat says, are Christmas promotions in December happening? I'm not sure. We haven't gotten that far in the promo calendar, so unfortunately I don't have an answer. I would imagine so. It's like our biggest promo of the year. Players love it, dealers love it. The room is action packed, but I don't know. I haven't heard one way or the other.
If he gets to raise, I get
We got
Let's go.
Poker Nemo getting morbid in the Twitch chat.
4 checks.
Wow.
6 checks. Check 7.
Alright, I got it.
Araya on Facebook, what's up?
Okay, oh, you looked?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, come on, don't steal.
I was gonna bet.
Somebody punch.
Joe with 92% of the equity in this hand.
Oh, thank you. I'm just kidding.
Almost impossible for anybody to catch up and beat him.
You know, they tried to trap you.
That's okay.
Of course.
Cheating him on with his pocket aces over there?
Yeah, when clubs folded there, it just jumped up even higher. Tell
That's
me
right.
that ran. Okay. Wouldn't matter.
I had to find out where I was at.
70.
Wow.
I don't know how that river goes check when the board double pairs. You got to bet there on some weird off chance that he has a jack.
I had to bet with my sis just to see. I guess I could.
Gigawatt, we might be able to make something like that happen. Maybe. It's tough because the graphics were wrong that hand. That was the only kicker with that one. Poker Yoda says the shingle shot was max pain. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun.
Watching low stakes sucks.
All right, quick dealer change, then we'll be back in the action. 2-2, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash. 100 min, 500 max. Looks like everyone's pretty deep, except Matt there in the 3 seat. He might still have 100 big blinds in front of him, maybe a little less.
Cletus, turn your volume up so you can hear Donnie real good over there.
Gigawatt says knowing what your hand is now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20, right?
Action starts in the 3 seat.
Every time I raise it.
All right, another button straddle here. Action starts in the small blind to
One
Matt.
of these times I'm actually gonna have something to come back over the top.
Just calls with his
It's not
ace-8
just gonna
suited.
be raised, like
6
lift
and
his
8.
raise. It's gonna be like a raise, raise, lift. Okay.
Fold 8 to pretty much 3-bet you. Fold 9.
Heads up.
All right, looks like we're going heads up. Both players with hearts.
Let's get some hearts here one time.
3 hearts on the flop.
I just want to see 2.
Not even close. All black cards.
Alright, cheers, guys.
Uh-oh. Getting loose here, boys.
Oh, here we go. Shots. Just when we thought this game couldn't really get much looser. Start taking shots. Let's see what happens. Let's get weird. Weird Wednesdays.
That's right, Wednesday night.
Best bet Jacksonville.
Second one where they rolled double bars. By the third one, oh.
We already opened this game up with selling our souls, so we might as well do whatever.
Superman says sometimes 2-2 is more action than 2-5. 2-2 is always more action than 2-5.
Sometimes.
You can walk around the room at any given time and find like
5 years, dude.
a couple of 2-2 games that are absolutely maniacal. And, you know, a 2-5 game you might see like 1 a night, maybe.
Oh my god, they're
But you can walk around the room any given time of day and find a 2-2 game that's just out of control. 2-5 games are a little more reserved. I mean, don't get me wrong, they happen. We see some wild 2-5 games sometimes too, but the 2-2 games, you can always find a crazy one.
it's like walking by a vending machine, you're just like, oh, pre-roll. That sounds good right now.
Oh, I got $10 in my wallet.
Superman with a little bit of that run good ends up 1,300 plus. Sometimes it be like that. Tricky Hunter with a tough question. Is all action good action? I mean, I don't know. I kind of see your point. That one could probably get debated all night. Is all action good action? I don't know. I don't really know the answer.
I always say, like, when I'm at, like, a big casino, I'm like, I can't wait till they start comping weed. And, like, so, you know what I mean? They're like, they never will, because it's like,
You guys make sure to tune in on Friday for the 5-5 PLO stream. That's going to be a no max buy-in.
it's nothing. I just want to buy a free, like,
I'll be here along with my man Eddie Marskoski. We might have the whole E-Train in the booth. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Eric's going to be here or not.
You know what I mean? No, but like all my comps, $20 value. $20 value.
I think Eric might be dealing that game.
You wanna go get a filthy dub from the Hard Rock?
you can get $100 quarter.
Kevin Kendrick says, except at 10 a.m. when you're playing with a bunch of senior citizens at the 2-2 game. I don't know, man. Sometimes that might be the only time when it's not that wild. Jessica Vance in the Facebook chat. Hi. Hi back to you. Kristen in the Facebook chat. Repping the E-Train. Choo choo. Tell him I said what's up. Tell the old man I said hi. We missed him in the booth today. Fragbank says play a lot of online poker. Is 1-2 a good place to start live? In my opinion, it's the only place to start live. I'm a believer, and if you can't beat the smaller games, you can't beat the bigger games, you know?
I feel better now. That's what I needed. I need a little fireball.
Yeah.
Take out the edges.
I think the third or fourth one's when I get banned from best bet. So, you know.
The trick is just stop, right?
Do that,
When you
yeah.
start,
Yeah.
another one. That's what I did last time I was playing in this game. It was 2-5. I was so freaking out of it.
Jay putting in the big bet here from the button.
Alcohol might have something to do with it.
With top pair, top kicker on the flop. Scott picks up an open-ender on the turn. 4, 5, 6, 7. Needs a tray or an 8. Nope. Dumps it.
This is a good thing. We can see the live.
And it looks like Matt gets out of the way also.
I was talking about how long
The commentators were doing
Matt not trying to gamble for it. Matt, the short stacker in the game,
I was folding hands I shouldn't have. Not bad, but I mean,
ran it up to 175. Not trying to gamble.
I think that's something to do with it.
Debbie Shoemaker says some of the old guys are tough. Don't count them out. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with that.
Title of this video will just be
Chris Horsefall, what's up in the Facebook chat? Thanks for watching. Jordan, what do we got coming up next week? I know we got 5-5 on Friday. What's the schedule look like for next week?
Let's check it out here.
True.
I think we got a 2-5 game next Wednesday, right? And then we're streaming next Friday also.
So yeah, it's the 5-5 this Friday. Next Wednesday will be a 2-5 no limit deep. Friday another 5-5 PLO.
Whoa.
The next week a couple of 2-2s. Looks like three the week after. 2-2, 2-2, and a 2-5. And then a couple more varieties of a 2-5 and a 2-2 all the way through the next month until we end it on the 25th with a third 5-5 PLO stream. So I believe that's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
PLO party on Friday nights.
It's a good
Best Bet Jacksonville.
10 scheduled streams for next month, guys. So lots of chances to get in these games. Make sure to check that schedule. We posted the link earlier. Like I said, type in bestbetlive.com into Google. It'll take you right to the page. It's the top link.
Checking the 8. 9.
What's up, Chris Horsefall on Facebook? Shout out.
Got a couple of good convos over in the YouTube chat. Says depends on the quality of the 2-5 game. The rake is killer at 1-2. Definitely. Early in the mornings, and
the clock's got to be.
you're gonna have some short stackers also.
30 seconds for you to make
Oh,
a
yeah,
decision.
for sure.
Where the guys like, hey,
Our daytime 2-5 games here at Best Bet Jacksonville are pretty good, to be honest with you.
Dude, it's on you.
me?
Even with Poker Yoda's OMCs in the game, the action's still pretty good. So those guys come to gamble. They don't drive all the way to the poker room to fold first thing in the morning. We're trying to get it in. That is one difference that I have noticed in our room versus other rooms. You know, a lot of rooms, the games are super nitty early in the day.
I mean, if you get the good kind, your 30 seconds will feel like a minute anyway, right? So you get double time anyway.
2-minute mark comes around, you're like, wait, do I still have 30 seconds?
Gary C. with a good point in the YouTube chat says many 2-5 rec players are losing players with expendable income, and they just don't want to play 1-2 or 2-2 or whatever. That's a good point. See a lot of that happening.
Pretty good throughout the whole 30. Like some Green Day Purple's pretty good for me. Like, I get a lot of shit from Julie. Location here in Florida.
Gary C says your typical 2-5 game is not filled with wizards. I would say sprinkled with wizards. You might find one at every table, one at every other table, but just don't get mixed up with him. And if George is at your table, you're just out of luck because he's going to play every hand. It's impossible to not get mixed up with him.
That'll be our most
Gigawatt says PLO is sick. That's right.
6668888 and the bad beat.
eligible. Yeah, I'm pulling that slot, so you're
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, you
What's the bad beat at?
30K.
Now we're talking about
So it's a tread on the button. Tread on the button. And we got a
Kid Cash says biggest profit at 8 a.m. from OMCs that won't fold? For sure. Those guys get married to top pair. They're never folding. Daniel, are you talking about in the live stream game? You got to go through the email process, man. And once you email Sage, he'll let you know where you are on the list, and then you go from there. Yeah, Daniel, like we said earlier, just drop an email to Sage, sagec@bestbetjacks.com. Let him know what game, what day you want to play. We'll get you in the game.
I don't want to be unpopular.
Gigawatt says 6 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week at 2-5. You can make a living at it? Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
85.
Yeah, Daniel, send Sage an email, and we'll get you in the game. It's no problem. You just got to let him know what day and what game you want to play. He'll set you up. Gigawatt, that's probably a pretty good estimate. 6 to 10 hours a day, 5 to 6, so between 40 and 60 hours a week. I would say when you're just starting out, you probably want to lean more towards the 60 end of the spectrum. Once you get a little more comfortable and build up a roll, you can probably scale back a little bit. That's why people become poker players, though, right? Nobody wants to work 40 hours a week. Work on your own time.
All the draws get there.
That's what people don't realize about playing poker professionally.
You're good at the queen, but nice.
It was a good river.
If it was any other card.
Show it.
Come on, show it. Come on.
You'll see it in 15 minutes.
What do you guys think? How many hours are you guys putting in your local card room? We'll go pre-COVID. How many hours a week are you guys playing pre-COVID? I know for me, I work a full-time job. I'm lucky if I can put in 10 hours a week. Lately, it's been a lot less. Try to play 2 sessions a week for me, pre-COVID, 2 or 3. Lately, it's been more like 2 a month. What about you? What are you guys playing pre-COVID, and what are you guys playing now?
Hey, man, no one made you fold, you know.
I know. Nice.
Stephen Null playing 20 to 30 hours a week. That's pretty sick. Damocletus says, left my 40-hour-a-week job. Now I work 80. That's right. Not only that, you got to put in that work off table, you know.
That's why I did it.
People don't realize that poker comes with homework. If you want to be successful at it, you got to study away from the game.
Check. 6 to 9. Check 6, check 9.
King eye.
That's good.
Scott Alford says playing 50-60 before the virus, now playing online.
Thought we'd make a dramatic one. We've like all been nice and friendly and chatty, you know.
Oh, I get it, Cletus. I see where you're getting at. Fragbank says casino is still closed for poker. Man, that's a bummer. You know, being an industry guy myself, I feel for the employees there. It's a long break to go without getting to go deal some cards.
Trying the next round.
I was going to
If there's a third round,
We were fortunate. We got back open pretty quick, I guess. You know, in comparison, we were only down for about 2.5 months, but still. Hear about some of these places still not open.
maybe Michelob Ultras.
That's why you always buy the first round.
You want water?
That's why you buy the first round.
Fold 6.
Was there a special
From
one?
Fireball?
Special one? No.
No, I just.
Well, yeah, it's 30-cent Fireballs. That's why
Scott Offer says tough time for dealers and chip runners. Yeah, for sure, man. Whole industry taking a hit. I got a lot of friends in Vegas whose rooms still aren't open yet.
I didn't tip you, did I?
You guys want to do mandatory under the gun? It might be fun for a good crowd. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, it's only $4 and it's a fun crowd. You know what I mean?
We got a lot of buttons.
You what?
There's a lot of
Oh, mandatory straddle? Yeah.
Under the gun.
Straddle under the gun.
Oh, under the
Everybody
gun?
does it.
They're consortium.
Might be fun.
I won't say no.
You only want the butt?
If everyone else does it, I'll do it.
Look, you're the odd man out here.
I'm good. I'm all right on under the gun.
I say we do mandatory buttons.
Steve says Pensacola's still three-handed. Wow. Look, man, I like short-handed games, but like three-handed, what's even the point? I think I'm kind of an anomaly, a guy that likes short-handed games. I can't imagine anybody there enjoying playing three-handed.
Every other hand is a bomb pot, and we only straddle under the gun.
Sounds good.
Casinos closed in Toronto, Ontario. Yeah, bummer.
I'm up for that.
That's 2.5, 10. 2.5, the same thing.
It's 2 PLO.
Wow. Melbourne still on lockdown. No poker till 2021. Ouch. Sorry to hear that.
That's fine. I already have one too.
I'm on that list. I'm playing
Good.
third on the list.
Take it, Jen. Take
Hopefully
it.
I'll be there.
Where there's a
But I'm
PLO
like-
game?
I don't know. I'm toying with the idea of going down to Clearwater.
What, deep?
I've never. Yeah, go down to what's the?
Oh, you talking about the Tampa one? The Hard Rock?
Yeah,
Jessica says might as well play heads up. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. What's even the point? Just play heads up.
Just thinking about going down there just to check out the city.
Oh, you shouldn't go down there on a live stream game day. Go down there another day. Like you got all.
But I'd have to wait 2 more days.
Yeah,
And you know that PLO game's gonna be nuts. I mean,
know.
they're gonna be straddling every hand.
that's what I'm saying.
What PLO?
Do you have a live stream PLO?
5 kilos.
Gigawatt says move to Jack's for poker. It's where it's at. Absolutely. We have the best low and mid-stakes games in the country.
I'm on the list. I'm like third on the list.
Our high-stakes games don't go as often as some other places, but our mid-stakes games are so good that if you are a high-stakes player, you can totally supplement that extra income,
Hey, a little round of
you know, playing mid-stakes. 2-5 and 5-5. Damn it, Cletus, we're wide open, as you can see, here in this 2-2 no-limit deep stack cash game. Open for business.
Honestly, if I was rich, I
Ben Velez says, can I sit in the game with just 200? Yeah, absolutely. This game is a 100 min, 500 max.
Raz, those are the games I enjoy.
Ben says, what's the rake? 5 max, 5 at 40. 5 max at 40 is the rake. $2 jackpot at 20. But that money goes to promotions and stuff, so that's your money. We pay that money
No,
back.
I'm playing like Stud 8 or Omaha. I mean, I'm playing anything but Hold'em, honestly. They have a lot of mixed games here where they'll do like Archie and Badesi,
Dan McCarty says, Talking Stick Resort, open in Arizona.
It's fun to play something different.
That's cool. Maybe it's because it's got something to do with them being a tribal property, maybe?
And actually, if you get even somewhat adequate at it, you can do well because most people are clueless. Like,
Yeah, Steve, it sounds rough for those dealers, too. Dealing three-handed games all day.
And they play Hold'em, and then they go to the other game.
That's a lot of work for a dealer.
Yeah.
Hands move quick.
that's kind of stuff I'm talking about.
To deal.
It's not fun to do.
It's really not.
Gigawatt says, I need some swag. You got to win that giveaway, man. It's coming your way soon.
I want to know that.
Omaha withdraw.
I remember, like, somebody told me
Yeah,
about
5 card drawing.
Scott picking up pocket trays under the gun.
And it's a split one.
Raises to $4. $4?
I love it.
a dealer's nightmare.
Yeah, a dealer's not.
I don't know. I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I can barely do PLO.
Debbie Shoemaker ecstatic when more tournaments start. Yeah, me too. I love tournament time. I like when the series come to town.
Yeah, not fun to deal.
High low.
It's limit.
Well, it's not high low, but like it's top high.
Scott just flop quads
You're having
after
top
raising to $4 under the gun? Is that what just happened? Quad trays with a king?
I want to go once or twice. I'm like, just say one time.
done, so I don't have to do anything.
That one might be good for a high hand.
Just say one time so my arm doesn't get tired.
I'm not sure what the high hand is at the moment, but the promotion's running. Quads are usually good for a high hand, unless there's higher quads already on the board, which is a bad beat. Notorious Dustin says, talking stick 7-handed with plexiglass. I haven't played in the plexiglass yet. I don't know how I feel about it.
Hooray.
What the fuck? You got a three, huh?
Look at Scott checking the river with quads, getting Dan to fire a bluff at it with jack high, then putting in the 3-bet to 175. Quad trays with a king. Gotta be the high hand, right? It's kind of slow out in the rest of the room. I think quad trays are good. No guarantee, but
I got three.
flips them over. Oh, it's quad tens. Bad beat. Quad flop quads. Use both your whole cards, and it's no good. Quad tens is the high hand currently, so the quad trays are no good. What a bad beat.
I was just hoping when you said high hand, you flipped over 9.
Play for 6 months and don't flop quads. Flop it, and it's no good for the high hand. Whoa, bad beat.
I'll look at him first.
One more time.
Still all on the all.
Gross. Flop quads, no big deal.
Yeah, your only dream, right?
I thought that was going to be the high hand for sure.
Action starts in the 7th seat.
Steve Knoll says the Beau Rivage is going to do plexiglass when they're cleared. I heard they were cleared. I thought, I heard that Mississippi Gaming got the go-ahead. Have not confirmed.
On the 9, the 1, the 2, and the 3.
What is high hand, right?
Already in for 5.
$200.
And you're on the button.
Yeah, cannot confirm the status of the Beau Rivage, but I heard that Mississippi got the go-ahead for poker. Sinistar says, I flopped quad kings last week with a royal already posted. Bad beat. You got to flop quads in the same hand as the royal. That's the way to do it. Flop quads, let your opponent catch up, make the royal, get the big end of the bad beat. Gigawatt says 3 times in a row his table had high hand with quads in Orange Park. Yeah, it's a little easier for your quads to hold up in Orange Park. They have a couple less games. So it's nice to flop quads over there, right? Because you almost know it's going to hold up. I won a high hand over there with aces full of jacks last time I played there. That would never last here in Jacksonville. Aces full of jacks is almost never good. Dove 1990 says poker's back in Mississippi for a couple months, but they're 5-handed in Tunica. Okay, all right. Yeah, 5-handed doesn't sound that fun.
CFR, huh?
Chicken fried rice.
Oh, that's right.
Ben Velez says if I raise the small blind and win the big blind, what is the rake? It's the min. It's gonna be $1.
Chicken fried rice, man.
More than 3
That's
is
such a long nickname. I don't know if I can. I don't know if that's what
So maybe it was just Gulf Coast Poker that just got the green light. Everyone in the chat saying Tunica has been open for a while. Maybe it was just the Gulf Coast that I read about.
Yeah, with a capital J. Cole in the 60.
Kevin Kendrick said he won a high hand with aces full of 9s at 8 p.m. on a weekday at Best Bet. That was a gift. That never happens. Jessica says Orange Park doesn't seem to have as much action. They're a little bit of a smaller room, a little more regs.
I got a picture that's got Matt.
A little bit of an older clientele, so.
And the caption under it says, Matt Damon's looking at you and he likes what he sees.
Poker Nemo says 7-handed in NY. Where at in New York? Is that tribal property or what? Like, what's the other casino up there? Finalite Face says pay rake even if you win pre-flop. Yeah, unfortunately we don't adhere to the no flop, no drop rule. David Buquin in the Facebook chat says, where's the best place for a new player to learn about table manners and flow of the game? Honestly, the stream is probably a good place for that.
Handy solutions.
Just kind of watch and see how the game works, see what players do and what they don't do. But obviously, it's no substitute for a live environment.
Come in there like, hey, you want to see it on the table? You're like,
If you do something that might be outside the parameters of what's considered poker etiquette in a live setting, your table mates will let you know, I promise.
best bet, like, man, the room must be filled. No, just cheap, man.
Take 10% of the rate, please.
People are taking 2 squirts on the way out from the grill up front, too.
Yeah. I got following on Twitch, so I mean, if anybody comes in, I'll take 10%.
Just look at the camera and be like, Purell or
Damn it, Cletus says, back in the day, OP was fire. Yeah, I remember those days for sure.
People were walking in the store stealing their hand sanitizer.
Poker Nemo says Turning Stone. Oh, that's right. I think I have heard of Turning Stone. I forgot that was in New York. Dan, bumping it up to 20 bucks with pocket jacks makes it 10x.
They were stealing. I mean, they were just opening it. They were just taking it off the wall.
I went into a sprint and they're like, yeah, don't.
Travis Arnold, if you're referring to this game with no shuffler and poor dealers, you're wrong. Yeah, we don't have a shuffler on this game because these are different size cards because they're RFID cards, so they wouldn't fit in the shuffler either. They wouldn't fit in the shuffler anyway, but these are some of our best dealers.
Yeah, I was already pocket man. I put 15 in.
So you must not have been referring to this game, but that's cool. OP is the new Bayard, the retirement home.
I gotta load my bit real quick. You guys got shit.
I said, was it late? It's so late.
What is? Oh, if you wanted to.
Travis Arnold, yeah, we can't. They wouldn't fit in the shuffler machine anyway because they're a couple millimeters bigger than your standard, your standard bridge cards that you use in poker.
4 or 5. You want my 2?
Gigawatt says Bayard was awesome, going way back in the day. That's right.
Who's doing 3rd round? I'll do 4th round.
Finalite Face Morgan. Yeah, I mean, you lose a couple hands per hour when the dealers hand shuffle, but that's why we substitute that with our best dealers. These guys know how to keep the game moving. Jamie bumping it up with pocket queens here. 3rd best starting hand in Hold'em. And 2 of the overcards in the deck come on the flop. Gross.
I remember one night I was playing in Vegas and we were all doing White Russians. That was the drink.
Scott way out in front with the ace jack. It's a tough spot with pocket queens. Like you almost have to fire, a C-bet out there. Try to rep an ace or king. Hope your opponent called you with like pocket 10s or pocket jacks, and they'll just get out of the way.
Riviera before they went. That was
My friend didn't get back to me about what you had when I was chasing you down with my draws.
It's kind of a bad flop to double barrel though, just because like your opponent's never calling you on the flop with. He's either got a hand that beats you. It's kind of a disconnected. He's either got a hand that beats you. He's probably not calling you with a gutter ball here like Jack 10, Queen Jack. So he can't have any flush draws. He could have some smaller pairs trying to spike a set on the turn. I'm sorry, the river. But I don't love the double barrel here, but it worked. Jamie picks up 67. I think he went for the overbet there. Is that what happened?
Yeah. I didn't think he had just a fire into me. I called 9-5 sooner. You like me? Like, what do you think I'm calling?
Everybody in the chat saying Bayard was the spot. That's right, Bayard was wild. McPartridge Boy says, imagine being a dealer in a high-stakes game and you make a mistake for $1 million pot. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, a lot of the times when you're dealing those big games like that, those guys are way cooler about that happening than the small-stakes guys, you know. A lot of times those guys have been playing for a long time. They know the deal. They know dealers make mistakes. A lot of times those guys are cooler than you would think in those spots. Every once in a while you have the guy that still explodes, but you know, you'd be surprised at how many people freak out in the 2-2 games over a mistake for $15 versus a guy that a mistake for $200K. It threw me for a loop when I first started too. Dove 1990. I thought Jamie was getting called on that spot for sure.
We did the bump up before this.
Yeah, but it was,
That's true.
you know what I mean? You're going to break tradition. And we gotta
Pollock saying waiting for poker to open up in Connecticut. No, that's Mohegan Sun Foxwood, right? Still
Just
closed.
saying, I'm just trying to keep the game honest. You know? We talked about bomb pots and we're backing them up. You know, not on time.
Paul Ballard says, call a pre-flop raise with ace-jack, hit your ace, and then fold.
Blind? Oh, man.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised too.
Make sure those are right ones to run well.
We know.
That's a factor.
I can't wait to have Drew tell me how bad I play.
Oh, man. Just wait till you see the hands I pulled.
I mean, you've seen most
Look
of
at Jay barreling the open
Just
ender.
fold.
All three streets. Binks the full house on the river. That's the way to do it.
Honestly, everybody's just going to look at me and be like, Joe, are you sick? Are you something wrong with you?
You have a disease, right?
No, they're going to be like, what do you mean? Like,
I got 7.
Jamie can't call. He was on a draw as well. McPartridge Boy says, why don't people arrange their chips into BB stacks to make it easier? I'm not sure what you mean. You'll have to elaborate.
What did you do?
Oh, you guys are right. Jamie made the bottom end of the straight there. Yeah, that's gross. Jamie was chasing the open ender, got there, and it gave his opponent a full house. Power of a C-bet. Max Payne for Jamie. That's right.
Gotta go in order.
sorry.
Or he is in order. Yeah, he's good.
Y'all doing
That's all
20
we did
now?
10. Well, unless everyone
We
agrees.
missed one. This is a new dealer.
Nah, negative. We did one before. He
Yeah, but we're backing them up. It's every new dealer.
Jessica Vance says some of the people who play smaller stakes shouldn't be player. They don't have the money to lose. Sure. I mean, that's true.
Come on. Look,
I know, right?
this is here. This is here. I'm in order, so I don't know what's up with you guys.
You're gonna win half of the
You
pot.
gotta all agree it's the bumper.
Well, I know.
he can blind raise 20 if you want. I don't have to call him.
I know, but then we all do it.
do it.
The dealer, he's gonna fold.
So Max Payne for Jamie. That's right.
I'm not looking.
Call all three streets with the open ender. Get there. Your opponent makes a boat.
You can't even get McDonald's for $20.
I will tell you, I'm not playing.
Well, just don't play this hand.
But I will look at the card.
You must go to the expensive strip club.
Where they? 20, yeah, 20. Come on, let's do 20.
I will, but everyone's
I'm not
gotta
doing a
agree.
$20 bumper.
McPartridge Boy says, if I had 100 big blinds, I would stack them in 10 piles. Okay.
We're gonna do it.
So pretty standard. The standard thing to do is kind of like Joe has their, you know, most of these guys have their stacks in stacks of 20 chips. So it's kind of a little bit of an etiquette thing to keep your chips in an orderly stack so that they can be easily counted by your opponent.
We back them up, so we'll do it.
I mean, I agree with you.
So the most common thing and the way that we count them in the industry is in stacks of 20s regardless of the denomination. So, you know, a 20 stack of red chips, which are $5 chips, is 100. A 20 stack of green chips, which are $25 chips, is 500. 20 stack of black chips is 2K.
I think he's trying to say is, what if he wants to stack them like in like 2 blue chips and a red chip for like 2.5%? Like, it would cause more problems than the convenience would be for the dealer. Like honestly, it would just be, you would have to fiddle through your chips every time you wanted to call or raise a bet. You know? It's a good thought. It's a, you know, a nice thought for the dealer, but it really is
You're
Probably
not in
not
a really
the
good position
the best way to do it.
buddy. Just to throw that out there.
Us Steelers are used to
Future reference.
scraping together stacks and counting stuff out, so don't worry about us.
Beat the crap out of him. And he won't come back.
Yeah, Steve, a 20 at flags would be nice.
All 65, C9.
Kick him on there.
Scott gonna pick up another check mark here, turning his boat. Four's full. Leads out here for, it looks like a almost $200 bet. 205 just over. That ace might have saved Yoshi some money here.
I know, man. I figured I could draw enough. Figured I had something decent. But nothing at all there.
I had a straight.
Yeah, I figured I had a big hand or nothing at all.
I hate bomb pots.
You're welcome. His fault.
Yeah, this is your fault.
I told y'all to 10 on here. Okay.
Hey, we told you to come along. You even looked, I was like, come on, get in there. The water's fine.
We talked about this a little bit on the stream before. When you're up against a big hand in a bomb pot, you're literally playing against uncapped ranges because they can have anything pre-flop.
I was gonna say, yeah, 9-4 off. It's a bomb pot, so you kind of just can't assume he doesn't have that. You know,
9-4 off could be losing. The guy could have pocket kings. You know,
Right.
like you never know because you're playing into uncapped ranges pre-flop.
pocket fours, you could have turned, quads. You don't, it's just like you can't really
It'd be 26 for 4 shots. Yeah.
resort to your normal way of thinking through a hand here because you really can't not put them on anything.
Against the rules.
Put the lids on?
Yeah, they'll kick you out.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to play against opponents. You literally,
Now, I don't want to get
bomb
sick,
pots
like,
are basically just show me the nuts, you know.
If you got,
Go play at one of those.
I'm cheap if you guys haven't figured
But we saw Scott play, what was it, 9-4 or 9-5 earlier, so we know he has those kind of cards in his range. He's not afraid.
Oh, wait, the shot came. Holy crap.
I'm waiting for the.
Jungle Best says casinos closed in Scandinavia. I don't know anything about poker in Scandinavia. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I would like to learn, though.
Sorry, I have 2 pair more when I bomb pots.
I'll take my $3 $20 bills.
So it looks like Yoshi did make the call there. Ships over about an extra 200 to Scott next to him.
Yeah, in that spot, you just got to think your opponent has a 4, you know.
Hey, let's cheers before
It's so much easier to rule out a 4 in a standard hand, but in a bomb pot, you got to give him credit for having it. Just get out of the way. Oh, bomb pot followed by shots. That's what I'm talking about. Seat open. Let me get in this game.
Was it a mojito?
It burns just as much as second time.
Tricky Hunter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, man. I agree with you. I think you got to give him credit for the 4 or, a hand that beats you in that spot. Not only are they playing uncapped ranges, but like he's not bluffing into an uncapped range. He knows that you could be just as wide as him, so you really got to think about that and give him credit. Poker room starting to open in the UK. All right, that's some good news. Wow, ace in the window every time.
Standard.
Yeah, every time.
30. 30.
Holy shit, he's got
You gotta look strong. After the second shot, I gotta look strong.
So this gets checked around to Dan, who bets, who's last place leads out here. Gets Joe to fold his ace, or excuse me,
I'm gonna give you a 3 check.
got, what just happened?
The infamous down bet.
Man. What is that supposed to mean?
Colton Bowman says the 200 was a great bet. It looked like a busted flush bluff.
Yeah, monster hand, too.
Sure. I agree with that.
Show the ace.
I can't show it. I've shown like 4 hands.
Live stream.
You know?
Joe gets the check mark. Got the best of pocket kings. That hand, ace on the flop. Every time, it's sick.
Pretty shitty flop, huh? Both you bet call.
To be fair, I think there's the same amount of aces on every flop. You know what I mean? It just, you notice them more when you have pocket kings.
Sure.
You go, oh man, every time. Same amount of aces on every flop. It just stings way more when you have pocket aces. And a guy has a junky offsuit ace-5. At least it was just a single raise pot. Kind of lost the min there.
I only have Xbox, no PC.
Bro, I'm running
Xbox
on
on Mac.
an HP like Spectra laptop.
It's good though. You seen the like race quit videos? People like breaking their TV and it's like party game. Dude, it's so fun.
I'm just trying to get like Dr.
You guys have been awesome in the chat. Thanks for hanging out with us, keeping us entertained. Myself and Jordan Spina here in the booth.
I try to like watch
We like doing it. Hope you guys like watching. Look at Glenn picking up mixed aces in the hijack.
the team shit cuts me all the time.
Pretty clean board for 2 aces.
Oh, really?
Flop lag, right?
That's right. Always is.
Always.
We live in Tampa, but
Glenn just gonna flat here.
honestly,
I really like this call from Glenn.
my modern deck.
Yeah, because that's gonna get him some more money. Him hitting that 8 there on the turn.
Yeah, he keeps him in with all of his bluffs, all of his draws, and all of his worst hands. I think a lot of people make the mistake of just like putting in a big raise with an overpair here. But when the board's not super wet like this, I think it's awesome to just flat in these spots. Keep them in with their whole range. You know, all of his kings, all of his open enders.
You just like this flat here again?
Yeah, I do. I love it. That 8 doesn't change anything. That's the
Yeah,
bad part.
that-
But
It's a
You
little
know.
sketchy.
yeah, like he can't love that card.
He's not gonna fold though.
But what are the chances?
Right.
You know, it's a
Not my day, really. I think that's the only king.
And if I was already in the NBA, I wouldn't care.
So Joe bets 120
My hand.
into about 2.
Hey. Look at this. How can I fold?
I think you're right. I don't think Glenn's ever folding 2 aces right here.
No.
Makes the call.
Yeah.
That's the crying call.
Win jack, win jack.
Every time I make that call, I'm wrong.
Right.
Guy always shows up with a king. He's got king 3.
10 deuce, 10 deuce.
Leonardo Brown, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching.
I knew.
You guys have been awesome in the chat today.
That's my only.
Per usual. Our chat's always awesome.
Yeah, they are.
I'm folding. What am I doing?
Yeah, maybe an overbet there, Ben, but
You have aces and then. Oh man.
it's about a half pot bet, so you know, Glenn, he wasn't put on too much of a spot there to not call.
I'm excited to see what you do at the 3 shot. To tell you the truth.
Done properly. Thanks for hanging out, man. I'm sorry. I'm going to butcher your name
I'm
here
gonna
in the
go
YouTube
Quishy.
chat.
I'm gonna go Quishy.
Quishy. This is at Best Bet Jacksonville in North Florida. Best Bet Jacksonville, where poker is alive and well.
My mask smells a whole lot better after that 5
King's going around the table this time again to Jamie. Seen those a few times tonight.
Looks like Jamie just flats with the 2 kings out of position. Does have the king of spades. This hand might get spicy.
Yeah.
Dan flops the open ender with the spade draw.
With a good spade.
Yeah, pretty good spade. Got the 3rd nut flush draw, right, with the jack of spades.
So Jamie checks his kings to Dan, who will lead out 35 there. Let's get a spade one time.
So Jamie blocks a bunch of Dan's outs to the open ender. Jamie needs an 8 or a king. There's only 2 kings left in the deck. I don't know if he pays off this river or not. It looks like Jamie check called the whole way, and then anytime your opponent check calls
And then leads out.
and then leads out, it's a sign of strength. Wow. Dan did pay him off.
You can just come to my house, shower, change.
Jamie has the fact that he can have a lot of missed flush draws, working in his favor. Maybe Dan thought that's what he had, like has the ace of clubs. I'm sorry, ace of spades.
Pawned my washer and dryer to come play.
But nice bet by Jamie. Got some value there on the river.
I was like, man, I need a DJ and just play poker. Not watch.
Craig McFall, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Jungle Best, you guys are awesome. We couldn't do it if you guys didn't watch. You know, it'd be me and Jordan sitting here in the booth looking at each other.
That's right.
Talking about poker hands like a couple of nerds, but fortunately you guys are here to hang out with us, keep us company. Paul says you got to raise with a jack or fold, a raise or fold spot. Yeah, I don't know if you can ever, I think calling there probably isn't the best spot to call off with a jack.
Like 2-5 now.
Well, I mean, when you're straddling, they're gonna say,
No, I mean the way we bet.
Why would it?
Now you're about to say, oh,
What are you doing? Stop it. Putting action. Come on, you know?
Yeah, that whole that's a back.
Gigawatt with a good question in the chat asking about the swag giveaway. Yeah, we're going to do one at 10. We'll do a Twitch giveaway at 10. We'll do a Facebook giveaway at 10:30. So you guys feel free to switch platforms, jump back and forth, increase your odds of winning. You'll have 30 minutes in between. We'll do a keyword giveaway on Twitch, and we'll do a trivia question giveaway on Facebook. Twitch at 10, Facebook at 10:30.
There's Dollar Generals everywhere. I can find something.
Gigawatt, that's awesome. You've played on the stream, so you know firsthand how good the guys in the box are. The guys in the box don't get enough credit. They're really the ones running this thing.
So that you're laughing while
It's still around.
McPartridge Boy says, how many people in a casino are poker players versus guys who want to gamble but chose poker instead of slots? I think it all depends on location, you know. If you're in a place like we are here in Florida, we don't have a lot of actual casinos. We just have poker rooms. So if somebody wants to come get their gamble on, they're going to play poker, which is part of the reason the games are so good. But if you're in a place like Vegas, some guy wants to get his gamble on, he could just walk over to the blackjack pit. You know, he can go to the craps table. So it's really kind of a location-based thing, how many options somebody has. Here they don't have a lot of options. If they want to get their gamble on, it's pretty much poker, you know. Solo Asylum says, how about give away me a buy-in? All right, I'll give away you a buy-in, but interest is going to be 110%. Due tomorrow.
I like it. I like going home and visit. I still love, New England sports, but
McPartridge Boy says, trying to work out if I can beat live casino games. Only one way to find out, man.
I'll just go to Tampa Bay games and connect the pool there. But the fans are cool, and we had that rivalry last year. And I was really bummed.
Kevin McCormick asks if, in my opinion, are the games a bit softer than in the casino towns or cities? I think probably consistently, yes, but I think in places where you have poker rooms inside of casinos, I think you can get more random, one-off, crazy games with gamblers. It's been my experience being in casinos, like being in Vegas or being at Cherokee or something like that. Like drunk guys will just stumble into the game sometimes and go, "Oh man, I just hit a big one on blackjack. Let me go play a couple hands of. I know how to play poker. Let me play a couple hands of poker." So you have that random element, but I think like consistently. So you might just be sitting in a game, in a place like Vegas or Atlantic City, and some dude just comes and sits down in your game, and he's a maniac. He just won $1,500 in blackjack, and he watched the World Series on TV. You don't have that element in a poker room like here in Jacksonville, but I think consistently, like probably overall, the games are probably better in just a card room only setting. Because like I said, if people want to get their gamble on, this is their only outlet. We'll take some feedback in the chat about that. What do you guys think? You guys have just as much experience, if not more than me, in casinos and card rooms. Do you guys think that not having more accessible gambling options makes your local card room better or worse? What do you think, Jordan?
That's still going on?
Goes on till midnight.
I would say worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, 330. Call it 8, call it 9.
I don't know. You know, you go really both ways on that. It's a good argument to either side of that one.
Yeah, I think consistency is key in that one, you know.
Check 7, check 8, 30, seat 9, 30.
I've heard stories about road rage in Boston.
Grass Monkey says, sees the hubby. Scott's in the game. There he is.
I first moved down here, like,
Scott might be in a little bit of trouble this hand.
I could travel a little bit quicker. But then, like,
He's going to need one of the remaining 2 trays on the river.
races down there, and, you know, you're going to see gators, and you're going to get, like, 8 up, and, like, that's my buddy.
Gigawatt says a lot of other distractions in casinos. Yeah, that's a good point. It's hard to get some of that loose. It's hard to get that loose money into your poker game because there's a lot of other distractions. That's a good point.
And then he goes, so I leave.
Guy very well might be on his way to drop that $1,500 and get sidetracked by the slot machine.
I'm like, you know, the South isn't
Solo Simon says people that hit it big in the casino pits usually screw up the 1-2 games. For people who don't have the money to gamble with any 2 cards, kind of takes the fun out of it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too much experience with that. I want to be the guy in the game when that happens.
So it's like you drive, if you don't drive aggressive, you're screwed.
Yeah, you know, I think I'm leaning my decision actually back towards the other side, thinking about it for a few minutes here. You definitely would want that person in your game with a big stack who's loose like that, who's used to playing some table games or something like that.
I think so, too. Gigawatt's got a good point, saying there's a lot of distractions in a casino, like that guy might never make it to your game. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's true.
But if they do, I mean, I'm telling you, I've been in rooms in Vegas and Atlantic City where you just get the one-off guy who's on a bachelor party, him and his friends, like, oh, we used to have a home game in college, and we know how to play poker, and we're on a gambling trip. Let's get it. And then they sit down and go on a massive heater and stack me 15 times.
Emily in the Facebook chat, Legalized Casinos. What's up, Emily? Hey, Bree, I know you're listening too. Happy birthday. Emily, why don't you expand on that for me, legalizing casinos? I'd like to hear your take.
Better here.
Someone's got to do it.
You have to do the same thing over there.
It does make it like a 2-5 game if you shut on.
Yeah, Steve, yeah, I'm with you on that one, Steve. Definitely need to pick your spots for sure. But like I said, there's a lot of times where I do want that loose cannon in my game. But yeah, I could definitely see both sides of that argument.
Now that I don't have a whole stack, I must just start getting all to do it. It's us. If I can get behind here, I can beat quads.
8 checks. 9 checks. 8 checks.
Yeah,
9 checks. 8 checks.
7.
Paired.
For the river, there's no fish.
King 6. I was thinking about doing it.
Anybody play online?
Poker Bros, of course.
ACR?
I mean, I have ACR.
Yeah, one of the sickest PKOs.
Oh, no.
7-fold.
2650, 5 million PKO. Start out with like 660, like bounties on everybody hand. Started.
1 makes
When
it
is that?
20.
Coming up. They're about to have a whole PKO series. Starts September 9th.
3 folds.
So it's going to be the largest PKO ever in the world.
There we go. I was afraid that it would
Just fizzle out. I can't let that go
yeah.
by.
checking 6. That 20.
They grind on that side.
60 raise.
Oh, come on, dude.
You mean, dude?
How you gonna make money by doing that shit only out low?
You're right.
Why are you playing so bad? Let me see a free card. Probably got spades. There's no money in the arsenal. Man, you play terrible, you know that?
That's why I can beat you, you know?
By playing bad?
Yeah. Stop all the action on the flop. Let you not bluff a river.
Call me out. Call me with 8-4.
I didn't.
Think.
How much are they?
Oh my god.
Already found.
That's the bonus round where we do 5 bomb pots in a row.
Yeah, we didn't do a bomb pop for this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we did.
No, we
After this
didn't.
$20
No, we never did the
one.
$10.
Dude, that was hours ago. You're drunk.
We tried doing it, and then you're the one that used a lot more on
So 20 again, right after this.
Everyone do 10.
Let's do 30. Hours.
No, just
Yeah, just do what
do
you
all
said.
that everyone's gonna agree to.
30, yeah.
Let's do the half for friendly bet.
You just gotta watch the clock, man.
It's
Every 30
15, right?
minutes.
15 is good.
We never did the.
15 is decent. I'll
There you go. So he's gonna
Meet
join
in the
us.
middle.
I
Yeah.
don't think we ever. We
I'll
never
do
did all
15.
this.
15 is my max.
15 is max?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do 15. We'll do 15.
Yes.
That's 10.
You guys are degenerates.
It's close to 20.
Just to let you know.
Come to a happy medium.
Mine bets quarter. 25.
We all have to agree to it, though. None
Can I
of
buy
us
anything from McDonald's now?
See if I can backdoor the diamonds here. For sure.
Do you need backdoor?
Oh, maybe.
How's up, PT?
Kevin McCormick asking if the straddle is allowed in Florida. Yeah, so out in the rest of the room, in any of our normal rate games, we let them straddle under the gun only. But for the live stream game, we let them straddle the button. Just make it juicy for you guys.
45. Alright, so I'm not paying you off. I'm not doing it.
Ace Queen gets a check mark there. Scott takes that one down. Makes it look
You
easy.
win it?
Yes,
We do
15.
15?
Straddle the button, allowed in the live stream games only, not out in the rest of the room.
So no looking.
We got to keep these stream games juicy for you guys, you know what I'm saying?
You want to see how it's going?
States watching?
Or a race to 15.
Bump up.
No bomb pot.
All right, guys, if you're just tuning in, we're playing 2-2, no limit, deep stack cash on a 15-minute delay out of Best Bet, Jacksonville, Florida. My name's Dustin Shacklock. I got my man Jordan Spina in the booth with me here, calling the shots.
That's right. We're about 3 hours into our stream tonight.
That went by fast.
Check 7, 8, 9.
Maybe I'm a little high there. 2.5. Yeah.
2.5 hours flew by.
50. C6. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Steve Noah says calls Ace Queen the parking lot hand. I've heard that one before.
Yep. That'll send you there.
Play Ace Queen, end up in the parking lot. I'm a lot more cautious with Ace Queen in my old age than I used to be. That's kind of one of those spots we were talking about earlier. You raise with Ace Queen, or you have Ace Queen in like a 3-bet pot, and you make a Queen high flop. You don't really know where you are in the hand. End up going broke to pocket kings, pocket aces.
What are you mixing paint over there?
Chino. Nice latte caramel.
Poker Yoder says juicy would be uncapped Mississippi straddle. Yeah, that'd be pretty wild. I've seen that before in home games, obviously.
Sorry, guys. 15 minutes.
Good, man.
Take too long. You gotta do the 5th round. Nobody's.
If you get to see the cocktail, call her over. We get the third one. Same.
Damn it, Cletus says, I wish Sage would listen to his players about the straddle. I'll tell you what. Send him an email, sagec, bestbetjacks.com.
That's right.
Let him know how you feel. He's a man of the people. Don't tell him I told you that, though. Look at Joe getting there with the open ender.
Wow.
Materializes on the turn. Picks up $309, 150 bigs.
Come on, you're supposed to rip it in.
That was a bad king for Jay.
Yeah, he had good position there, and he let ace king, what he turned top and just ripped it into him. So easy game when someone jams right into you with the nuts, huh?
That's right. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess that was Matt that lost it all there, not Jay. Jay still got some chips in front of him. Kevin Wall says, who's the big winner so far? I don't know. Let's take a look at the stats real quick. We can do that. It's been a few minutes. So far in the game, Scott up just over 100 big blinds. That's not bad considering he had to go for the reload pretty early on. Glenn stuck a little bit, but he's got to be working his way out. He's got some chips in front of him.
Fun straddle, Adonis.
Age-old story. Play bad, get there.
8 calls, 9 calls.
Taylor at 74 asking about the VPIP. We'll do that one next.
6 calls.
Elsinore Brewing says hello from Calgary. Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Fun straddle. He's calling 8. Hold around to 4. Gotcha. Yeah, 4 makes 20. 6
Yeah, I'm
calls.
sorry I'm inciting bomb. You got it.
And 8 calls.
You ain't sorry for
That's the last one. I don't want to do it.
Low Battery Beats says hello from Halifax. Hello back to hello from Jax.
Yeah.
Gigawatt says the wife's favorite hand is King 4, unsuited. What a sicko.
Everybody for 7 deuce, right? 5?
Daniel Murphy says any regular Joe can get in this game. Yeah,
That's right.
got to drop us an email, let us know. I mean, you got to get in advance, but for sure.
Bluff or not, it's everybody $5. Everybody gives 20.
I'll do 10.
Action flop, yeah, a little bit.
Dude, you want to do it. Everybody agrees.
But I like it.
I like your attitude.
Wow, the old gutter ball with a flush draw versus the 2 pair.
Game, guys, okay? Listen, we're either doing 50.
He's the one that stays leading the game, right?
Negative Ghost Rider.
Wow, 2 pair improves to a full house.
0. 15 or nothing.
Let's do the 10.
Scott's probably going to have to check, give up here.
Now it's going to be 20, guys. I'm telling you.
Jay in there with the 8-5 suited. Jay's been pretty quiet so far in this game. Looks like maybe he's just getting bored.
I'm not folding.
Decided to mix it up with 8-5 of spades. Makes a full house.
7 deuce, you will bluff.
125 in the middle.
You could be bluffing and $20 from everybody. It's like $1,000.
You're just saying this shit because you really don't want to play it.
I do.
Scott with the snap fold.
You could know if we'd be 25 or 100, I wouldn't care.
Wow, Scott's got 1,100 in front of him according to his stack, and he's only plus 200, if that gives you any indication of this game.
Yeah, he's been up and down all night.
7 deuce, any hand?
You gotta ask me.
Elsinore Brewing says favorite hand is Jack 9 offsuit. Don't let or suited. Don't let Adonis hear you say that. You guys will be best friends. He'll probably start emailing you and sending you selfies and stuff like that. Don't tell. Next time he's in the booth, don't tell him you like Jack 9.
That'll get back to him. Daniel wants a shout out to Reed Sullivan. What's up, Reed?
Reed Sullivan, what's up?
Hope that shout out even got to you.
I have 7 deuce.
15. So if you win,
7-9 is my favorite hand. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those kind of. I like the suited gappers, like the 8-6, the 7-9, and the 10-8. I like those kind of hands too.
those 2 are in, he's in.
People never see them coming. It's pretty easy to get stacks in when you make a big hand. It's pretty easy to fold when you miss.
Right? I feel the same with little pocket pair.
Yeah, little pocket
Just
pairs.
raise,
Sneak them in there.
flop a set, mess somebody up. If not, you can get out of there.
That's right. Yeah, those are easy to play too.
Because 7 deuce is hard to get.
He's on the fence. I can see in his face. He's
How about pocket aces? Yeah, everybody loves pocket aces.
Dude, 15 times 8 is $500.
I would never hire you.
Big Partridge Boy says, has anyone ever been dealt pocket aces every hand in a tournament? I think it'd be statistically impossible. Statistically, you're only supposed to get them like once every 220 hands, 212 hands, something like that.
You're like a politician, man. You're like, what's up for?
Regular old Donald Trump over here.
I'm gonna introduce you to my child's mother. You probably get along.
Jessica Vance says, how far in advance do we start the table, the list for these games? Usually about a month, like 6 weeks out. So like the schedule for the following month usually comes out about 2 weeks in advance, I would say.
Yeah, that's about right.
And then we schedule for the whole month. So like the middle of August, the schedule for September will come out. And then like the middle of September, the schedule for October will come out. So as soon as the schedule gets posted, you can find the game you want to play. Send us an email.
Because it's hard to play 7 dudes. You're right.
It's not hard. Y'all went with 8-4.
Like 10 on our
I'm not
Like the non-art pairing 6.
Sometimes when you have aces, they will think that you have 7 dudes, right?
Are you guys in for? He's not. He's already out. He said no.
I will play 5, but that's it.
Hey,
Can't do it.
I'll do
Which makes sense. I respect that.
5 or 0.
Can't do it.
Let's just do it between us.
All right, so look, bomb pot.
Poker Yoda talking about best bet back in the day.
Go back to 10. Everybody.
When it first moved from St. John's, the 5-10 game was 3K max in Mississippi Straddles. Yeah, I remember that.
Rewind it 30 seconds. Edit it. What are you talking about?
He's already, you know, they got the blinds out. He's already blind called.
220 hands.
Call that guy.
All right, copy that.
He's blind calling. They're doing bump ups.
Okay, $10 round pot.
Yes, yes.
No, it's a raise.
Yes, yes.
He's blind calling 10. Or not.
All right, not 7 dudes.
McPartridge Boy, it's much more likely that you won't be dealt aces at all for multiple tournaments than getting dealt aces every hand in a tournament.
To be fair, he's called out a lot of dollar ranges in the last like 5 minutes.
That's what I'm saying.
Jordan in the Twitch chat says he played with Yoshi in Sarasota.
0 and 30.
That's cool. Sounds like he makes the rounds. Makes the rounds around Florida.
Someone just got a rip roll of 100 bomb pot.
Hike the Planet says, have the Greyhound tracks closed yet? They have not. Greyhounds, we're still running dogs a couple times a week. I think we're good on that throughout the end of 2020. I'm not 100% positive. That's a different department. We don't deal a whole lot with that on the poker side. But I think we're good through the end of 2020. Like I said, I'm not positive.
Close. Very close. It's a lot like the very close.
Dude, I'm actually down.
Still early.
What's that?
Still early then. We still have maybe 2 hours.
I'm surprised
3
I'm
hours.
down. Well, that one hand. I can call it $50 or second pair.
I don't know why, but I want to make it 125, but I won't. Not this time.
You got it.
See, I trust my gut that time, not my stupid brain.
That's all just not fair on the floor.
Not even stupid brain.
Oh, this one.
Oh, this whole thing.
Call the night. We battled. We got there.
To all the investors and split that.
So
Tell the investors.
Shout it, boys!
Tell them to break out the good top shelf stuff. We're coming home.
We're coming home.
We're coming
Get
home.
some nice bottle of water.
Full.
Not the Fiji. Whoa, slow down.
Whoa, easy. No, that aqua fury or whatever it is.
My randomness in the chat. Yo, love logging in, seeing Best Bet is live. For sure, man. We like being live. Watch out. Like we said, we're going to start streaming a lot more in September. We're going to try to go at least twice a week and 3 nights a week. A couple weeks in September.
That's good. Someone likes to play $2 poker.
Ben Velez says, how can somebody become a dealer? I'll teach you. There's a number. How much are you willing to pay? Tell me how much you're willing to pay. I'll tell you if my number is over or under. But I'll teach you. Me and Jordan, we'll run a backroom dealing school here out of the booth at Best Bet Live.
That's right.
We'll put you on the table, the live stream table, so you can see, watch yourself make mistakes, and then we'll just bring you back here and ream you, and then make you pay us.
That's right.
My randomness says giveaway tonight. Yeah, for sure. Giveaway at 10 o'clock, coming up quick on Twitch. 10 o'clock Twitch, 10:30 Facebook.
Straddle onto the gun.
Got shot 2 is turning into 1 again. I need cocktails everywhere.
You guys only had 2 rounds so far, right?
Yeah, it's upsetting.
Fragbank says Scott's running pretty good. Yeah, he got off to a little bit of a rough start. Had to pull his game out of the mud. I think he kind of tilted off there for a hand or two. Matt Hatter says he'll teach you for cheaper than we will. Yeah, but we'll teach you better. Jordan and I both got a lot of experience in the box. Ben Velez says, I deal my own home game. Sure. I mean, I get it. We get a lot of dealers that come to audition from that kind of stuff, but that's a good place to learn a lot of bad habits.
Right.
We do things a lot differently in a casino. Things you don't even realize that we're doing, we do in a casino. Because in a casino we have cameras. We have overhead cameras, and that plays a big part in all of our procedures and why we do the things we do. So, dealing in a home game is cool. You could probably pitch cards, but dealing in a casino is a whole different animal. See, there you go. Free piece of advice from Dustin and Jordan's backroom poker school.
How you play, you know.
Baby Boy, WPT coming back to Jax. I don't think there's anything scheduled in the future as of now for any of those big tours. You know, hopefully as this Corona stuff kind of keeps chugging along and everybody gets it squared away more and more, there'll be more of those tours start popping back up. Muhammad, this is in Jacksonville, Florida, North Florida.
Leonardo says, need a bulletproof vest in a home game. Unfortunately, I've heard of that scenario too many times. I've never been in that scenario, but I've heard about it in a lot of games, and I don't play home games. It's not worth it to me.
Sir, how much did you withdraw on this round?
I'll do whatever you want me to do. I really was for sure thinking 8 was coming sometime with that. 12, 7? Appreciate you, Jim. 12, 8. 17 from the 9. 12, 12, 2.
You guys make sure to stay tuned in for that swag giveaway. Giving away a t-shirt or a hat on both platforms, Twitch and Facebook. Twitch at 10 o'clock, Facebook at 10:30. We'll do a random keyword selection on Twitch, and we'll fire you guys a fun trivia question on Facebook.
I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, don't tell me that.
Damn it, Cletus says, got to remember to do jazz hands.
Talking about clearing his hands.
If you're talking about clearing your hands, yeah, that's very important. If you're talking about doing jazz hands just for fun, if I see you doing that, I'm going to tell you, get out of my poker room.
I just can't let you take away this bluff. Fuck it.
Big Sweet says, no choice but to play home games when your state won't legalize it. Yeah, I know, for sure.
Oh, I got an over. I'm still alive.
That's tough. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. They can get the get that rake, you know, get that tax.
I'm just getting this out already.
Queen.
Jack's hold. Jack's good.
I was like, oh man, I have to bluff Travis on the live stream. No.
Yoshi gets it in a little short, gets a double up.
Of all the times and all the hands.
And that's it.
That literally is my favorite hand. I'm not just like.
Emily Caroline in the Facebook chat says, following up on my previous inquiry. I'm sorry, I think I missed it, but if you retype it, I'll get you whatever answer I can. Sorry, I think I missed it. We got a lot going on here in the booth. Keeping up with 3 chats and the game, but we love it, so it's cool.
What a hit, bro. This game tightened up.
Mad Hatter saying it can get stressful in the box, especially if there's a lot of money on the table. Yeah, for sure. Dealing is definitely harder than it looks, and it even took me by surprise when I first got into it. There's a lot more intricacies and nuances that go into dealing than you would ever think. Everything that they do as a dealer like has a purpose, you know, like everything. They're not every motion that they make with the chips, with the cards, anything like that. Everything has a purpose, and there's a reason behind it. Asking about the difference between a casino and a card room. So, in a card room, you're only gonna have like poker games. A casino, you're gonna have some other options, like you might have slot machines, you might have blackjack tables, you know, roulette, craps, a lot of those type of games. For the most part, in a card room, you're only gonna have poker games. We're fortunate in Florida; we have our Florida games also, but those are all poker-based games as well. So those are still card games. They fall under the umbrella of card games. They're a little more like Vegas-style pit games, but they still fall under the umbrella of card games. So we can run those here in our card room, but we can't have like slot machines or blackjack or anything like that. Leonardo says casino has free drinks. My man has priorities. That's what I'm talking about.
All the baseball games tonight got postponed.
No. Braves play double header.
Oh, not the Braves, double header. You said 6 Oh my God.
Yeah, Steve, I think Emily was asking more about the legalization of casinos. I'd like her to more elaborate on what she meant there, so we can try to touch on it more here back here. So Emily, when you get that answered, I think everybody in the comments are waiting to hear what you mean.
I think the league's already playing. Like, if you don't
Billy Pett says, is there a difference between how many decks are used? I'm not sure I understand.
That's why they postponed
How many? Shot.
Well, we're going to take all the...
Emily Caroline says, can you elaborate on the free drinks? Yeah, so a lot of times in the casinos, like the casinos where they have the blackjack tables and the slot machines and stuff,
You missed one. Right?
they'll usually they'll usually give you free drinks,
Okay, so do another round. Do another 5 and I'll pay for the second.
which is cool because they want you to, you know, get hammered and gamble.
Hey, we're Stone Cold and Steve.
But little do they know, I don't need any incentive to get hammered and gamble.
Why are you not allowed
I would do it even if the drinks weren't free.
Slam 2 shots of Fireball together on the stream.
I know Emily would pay for drinks as well as long as she could get them.
I didn't even get any in my mouth. They were pretty mad.
And then there was this bomb pod.
The dealer was laughing, but the floor was not.
Dude, that's
I'm on the button.
sure.
Action starts at seat 8.
Dude, the shrimp or the chicken?
$20 from 8. Oh my.
Did you get the shrimp or the
James, I'm not going to touch on that too much in depth, but dealing poker's not bad money. I'll just leave it there.
It all depends on the dealer. You know, if you're a fast dealer and you can run a good game and players appreciate that, you're going to make exponentially more money than if you're a slow dealer and you know, you run a bad game, you let the players walk all over you, you don't pay attention, you make a lot of mistakes. So it's really it differs from dealer to dealer. You can have a great dealer that makes a ton of money, and then you can have a bad dealer that makes no money, and so the average in between probably doesn't look that great. You know what I mean?
In the restaurants on the beaches and stuff, it's terrible. The food all sucks in Jacksonville, honestly. This is the only place in Jacksonville I've ever ate. That food is good. The food's good here, but it's any damn place I've gone to, every other place I went to.
Always tip servers, though. Free drinks or not, my randomness for sure. They work for tips. Hook them up.
How do you screw up shrimp? They managed, you know. It tasted like real fishy and yeah.
One day we'll all
Shrimp shouldn't taste fishy. It's bad.
Billy Pett says, just tuned in. Thought you mentioned in card rooms they have blackjack. Oh, yeah, we did. We touched on that a little bit. No, just in casinos where you're going to find the blackjack games.
That's right, Giga, you're on us. 10 o'clock. Let me get a keyword in here for you guys to run this Twitch chat.
So we are or not playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unplayable.
Not that he has it. He's just asking for a.
All right, for all you guys that have stuck with us through the radio show earlier today, we had a lot of talk about mob bosses on there, so we're going to run a keyword exclamation point. Oh, Cletus, almost got you there. I would have done it a second ago. Exclamation point mobster. Exclamation point mobster in the Twitch chat for your chance to win our Twitch giveaway tonight. Let you guys start rolling those in there. Give you guys a few minutes to get that in before we roll it. Once again, get to the Twitch chat and type in exclamation point mobster for a chance to win our Twitch giveaway. Facebook giveaway coming up shortly in about 30 minutes, so stay tuned on that end also.
That's right. We'll be firing a giveaway on Facebook here at 10:30. That one's going to be a little trickier. That one's going to be a trivia question. On Twitch, though, we're just going to roll the keyword mobster after talking about mob bosses in Old Vegas, the movie Casino, today on the radio show. Fire away. Exclamation point mobster in the Twitch chat. Tim Sharpton asking about the live stream games. Find out which game you want to play. Drop an email to sagec@bestbetjacks.com. Let them know what game, what day you want to play.
I was like, at the time I was like, wait, what? I was like, I understand every word you just said. Excuse me?
I love it.
So for everyone dropping the keyword in Twitch chat, you're going to win some Best Bet swag. It's going to be a T-shirt or a hat. Good luck all.
All right, guys, just a few more moments here before I roll this giveaway, so make sure you get that exclamation point mobster typed into the Twitch chat for your chance to win.
The table can pick up a lot better than the combo.
All right, guys, here we go.
You don't have to worry forward about it.
Roll it.
You guys say that's okay.
Galaga Slayer won the giveaway. Congratulations, Galaga Slayer. Picking up some Best Bet swag. Jordan's going to send you a private chat. Get your info, and we'll hook you up with some Best Bet swag. Congratulations. You guys stay tuned on Facebook. If you guys are on Twitch, you want another shot, feel free to jump platforms. Watch over on Facebook. Get a shot of redemption. Joe in the lead here. Pocket Jacks. Kind of like what happened with the Pocket Queens earlier. 2 overs on the flop. Scott gets a piece of it, but it's not one of the over pairs. Damocles says, I don't even want to win no more. Rigged, right? Rigged. Gigawatt out. Matt Hatter says, I don't have a Twitch account. That's cool. We're cooking up something new for the YouTube, viewers as well. We don't want you guys to be left out. Feel free to head over to Facebook. Look us up at Best Bet Jacksonville. You can tune into the stream, and if you're in there at 10:30, we'll run a giveaway also. Wow, this board just gets worse and worse. Everything gets there on the river. The hearts get there. Pair of queens. Scott feeling like he might have missed a bet there. I don't think the graphics are right. He's not. I don't think he's all in there. He's still got chips in front of him. Yeah, both players do. Cletus McGee in the YouTube chat says, no poker rooms or casinos in Alaska. That's news to me. I didn't know that. Stephen Knoll, Galaga Challenge. I like that.
Steal it when they rip it. Can't steal when they rip, that's for sure.
Oh, you just remind me. It's not
It was late.
real late. I was like already looking at like whatever.
I want your excuses.
Two mock.
Galaga Slayer, you're welcome. Congratulations.
I hope there's like one Magic fan on the stream like talking about Magic.
Billy Pets, cool, man. Thanks for the support. And Steve, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
you guys
appreciate
are awesome.
that, Steve. Nars, what's up, buddy? It's been a while.
Nars in the chat. What's up? Ray Rollins asking about Friday's tournament. Is it a freeze out? It's not a freeze out, but seating is limited. We'll allow rebuys, like re-entries. You can come back in as a new player. Obviously, you buy in, you bust. You go to the cage, you buy a ticket, you come back in as a new player. So we will allow re-entries as long as we're allowing seating until the number of seats that we have available are filled. I don't have the answer to how many seats we'll have because that's kind of a day of staffing thing. We've been getting around 80, 85 players every week, around 100, and we've been able to accommodate that many. Wow, look at Jamie picking up a royal draw here. Can't get there. Anyway, we get around 85 to 100 players every week, and we've been able to accommodate that many so far. So, you know, if you were to bust out early and come in as a new entry, as long as there's still seating available, we can come back in. Frax says, do we host online tourneys? We don't. We don't have, you know, we don't have the goods for that.
Like the box, right? I got into rap, but like in terms of luck, I don't like rap with stuff. Right?
James in the chat, I think I might have just answered 2 birds with 1 stone. Like I said, around 85 to 100 players every week. We have had to turn away players in the past just because of staffing restrictions. So if you want to play, get here early, buy a ticket. That's my best advice. Sorry, I hate turning away players in a tournament, but it's staffing and distancing type stuff. So try to keep everyone safe. Get here early, buy a ticket. Don't show up at 1:30 for the noon tournament and be upset with me when you can't get in.
Pardon him, gentlemen. He's gonna get situated really quick.
Oh man, the Alaska poker jokes going off in the Twitch. I like it. Dad jokes. Jeff Padgett says streaming 3 times a week in September is amazing. I know, man, we're pumped. Jordan and I like being back here. We like hanging out with you guys. We're pumped to stream more.
That's right. We've been pushing for that for a little while now, so we're happy to start getting more action here.
That's right.
Hopefully it's just going to keep growing.
Yeah, we're putting out some more fun content for you guys. If you haven't noticed, we've been putting out some hand of the week stuff. Jordan and I have been working on that in our downtime. Some behind the scenes stuff. Just trying to put out more content for you guys. Best Bet Live, trying to be the best in the business. We already have the best card room. Trying to have the best, you know, the best stream content as well. Fragbank says, is this my main job at Best Bet? It's not, actually. I'm a floor manager, and Jordan's a dealer. This is kind of our side gig, our side hustle here at Best Bet.
You'll see us on the floor more nights than not.
That's right.
Please. Who do you want to call, man?
I'm running hot. I wanted to peel.
But, you know, we start streaming 3 or 4 times a week. Hopefully we'll be back here full time.
That's right.
But it's better cold. If you let it, I already dumped it.
I've already done my first shot. So.
Take it all.
Gotta love the side hustles, that's right. Keeps us busy. This is a fun table. I like when these guys are getting after it, chopping it up, having a good time. Sometimes on these stream games, it's like just super dead air out there on the table.
No, I mean, okay, who hasn't had their 5th?
I'll cheers with you. I'm here for it.
Jordan in the Facebook chat, we've been streaming 2-2 quite a bit recently, basically once a week the past few weeks. And no, we do not stream at both locations, only the Jacksonville location, not at Orange Park. So you got to come over to the Jacksonville location if you want to get on the game.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Gallagher Slayer in the Twitch chat. That's awesome, man. Telling everyone about us. Hope to plan a trip with the boys soon. Come on, man. The games are good.
And you just want some swag, so come on down.
You want some swag, man. You got to come represent.
Check 7. Check 8. Check 9.
Yeah, I say it all the time. I think we have the best low stakes and mid stakes games in the country. You know.
Check.
Gallagher Slayer, check your DMs also. I sent you a DM for winning that giveaway, so look over there and get back to me.
Big Sweets asks if we have 2-2 on the floor off the stream. We do. That's our most popular game. We have multiple 2-2 games running all day, every day. The least we probably have at any one time is probably, what, like
The least?
probably 3 2-2 games at 4 o'clock in the morning when we close.
Yeah.
We probably always have at least 4+ 2-2 games. And on the weekends, we have like 15.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not even exaggerating.
no, on a busy part of the day, you know, you'll get 10 on an easy day with 2-2 games. I mean, definitely our most popular game we spread here, so always a good amount of 2-2 games running.
Oh shit. I'm looking down there.
I had to look at you to make sure you really said that. I was like,
Yeah, what's up?
It was the red with all the goblins and stuff.
No, he only told me. Only 3 bets to 9.
So we have a 15.
Yeah, 9 only 3 bets me.
Shane Aston says Foxwood is closed. Wear the stupid mask just to get back to the tables. I feel you, buddy. If you come to Jacksonville, Florida, you got to wear the masks. The masks are mandatory. You know, it's not just for your safety, it's for ours. So,
Big Sweets, 1-2 is usually the standard blind denomination for this kind of game. We run 2-2 here at Best Bet. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe Dustin can elaborate on that. But I do know most other places around the country, 1-2 is more standard.
grow up, you know?
we run 2-2 because more money in the pot pre-flop is more fun.
There you go.
You know, who doesn't want? I've said it before. Anytime you can get somebody to put more money in the middle before they get a chance to look at their hand, I'm into it. You know, it's good for the game. Also, it just kind of creates more action when that small blind can't fold. You know, if you have 5 limpers and that small blind is only $1, that guy might fold. But if somebody makes it $5, you have 5 callers and the guy's in there for 2, you might call the 3. If he has to call 4, you might fold. I just think it makes it for a little bit more action. Ray Rollins asks if we are not open 24/7. We're not. During the week, we close at 4 a.m. We're open 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. during the week. But Friday and Saturday nights, we are open 24 hours.
Feels like a king.
Big Sweet says Cherokee is 1-2. A lot of places are going 1-3. Yeah, 1-3 is pretty fun. That's my favorite game. But our 2-2 game has a $300 max buy-in out in the rest of the room, so it's still a big game. You know, it can still get pretty big. It's one of the few places where, you know, you can see big stacks on the table all the time. Like, there's always going to be a couple guys in the room that have like $1,200, $1,300 stacks in 2-2 just because the buy-ins are so deep. I've been a lot of places where, you know, you get up and you walk around the room and the biggest 1-2 stack is like $800. We don't have that problem here. You guys have been awesome in the chat tonight, keeping us entertained. We like answering questions. We like keeping you guys posted. You guys have been fun.
Checking 1, checking 2, checking.
Joseph Briner says, "What is both of our favorite poker hands?" Oh man, that's tough. Like I said earlier, I'm kind of a suited gapper kind of guy. I like the 10-8s, 7-9s, stuff like that. What about you, Jordan? What's your favorite poker hand? Are you in the Jack-9 crew? Are you and Adonis in the Jack-9 crew?
No, I think I'm more in the Jack-10 majority. I think that's pretty standard on favorite hand.
Oh, Jack-10's a good one. Jack-10's a really strong hand.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can go both ways. It connects all over the place.
That's right.
You look like a DJ right now.
It seems to be a popular starting hand amongst most players, and mine as well.
He's watching Yu-Gi-Oh videos.
Yeah, Jack 10's a good one. Jack 10 suited is a pretty strong hand.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Paper City Gamer back in the Twitch chat. Hey man, what's up? Simon Smith says, "What's the minimum age to play?" Here in Jacksonville, since we're not a full casino, it is 18. Get in the doors at 18. Get your gamble on.
Toys R Us and those Pokemon tournaments they always had. Are you serious? Hell yeah. I'm old.
16.
Hell yeah, they are. I just went through my collection. I have the first edition, whole set.
And a coffin.
Kevin Wallace says, about 3 2-2 games first thing in the morning. Open at 10. Fun, juicy games.
I got them right into sleep.
First thing in the morning. Kevin, an early bird grinder these days.
When I was younger.
Day shift.
And, I used to sell outside like the sports collectible stores and all the kids, taking their parents for them and sell them for like, half price or whatever.
16 from
But
seat 6.
I don't know, like, like a few years ago, like the first, this Charizards are like getting
seat 7 and
huge, like,
9.
online.
There's no
I was like, what the heck did I do? I never saved any of them.
You mean 6 and 8?
Never even thought they'd be so valuable.
AJ Trigger asking if I enjoyed my single day off. I had a bunch of days off. I got lucky. My days off from last week ran into my days off from this week. I got a nice little staycation. I'm back, refreshed, happy to be here. Check with me on Saturday, though. Saturday I'll be over it. I'll be ready to go back on, be ready for the weekend again. Justin White says, any WSOP events coming up at Best Bet Jacksonville? You know what? We did them last year, and we did them the year before. We sent a bunch of players. We probably sent almost 50 players in 2 years to the WSOP main event. But since that's transitioned to all online, we won't be doing anything like that this year. Hopefully, things will kind of be back to normal next year. We can send some more players to Vegas to play in the $10,000 main event.
Because my first pack I ever got when I was a kid, fourth grade, I opened it up.
AJ Trigger crushed Pie Gal on Saturday. That's what I'm talking about.
Has like whole set. He's the one that showed me the day before.
Nice one. Nice hit.
Him on binder. I'm like, he's like, yo, I'll trade. You can take 20.
Paper
of my
City
cards.
Gamer got
I was like, 20.
sidetracked watching Star Wars. Been there.
And I was a little kid. I went home.
So yeah, Justin White. Every year we do a couple of step tournaments where we send some players to the WSOP main event. They're usually like $570 buy-ins with rebuys, and we get a huge turnout. We sent 14 one time. We sent like 22 one time. We've probably sent about 50 players total.
They didn't know much monetary value back then, Until fourth grade.
Well, it's like when I started playing Magic.
Big Sweet's asking about a sponsored player go deep in the main event. Yeah, Tony Miles in 2018 main event. Got second place wearing a Best Bet patch. Went the distance. He got there via one of our step satellites that I was just talking about. Got one of our WSOP packages, that included his main event seat. And spun it up, got to the final table, got second, took home $5 million.
Even now, I've been buying new lands the last like 2 or 3 years because I'm like, they're gone now.
Took his total lifetime earnings from $54,000 to $5,054,000.
Vegas Days had a Mike Trout rookie card 101.
Yeah.
They just sold to like the record.
Richard Lewis says 590. Yeah, that sounds right. Maybe it was 590.
This guy is like
570, 590, 520, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And I was like, brother.
Frag Bank says, does he still come to Best Bet? Yeah, Tony's been here a few times. He played one of our I think he played on our 2550 No Limit stream. He also plays in our WPT 5K events that we have. He's here probably like once every 6 months. He's here for something. Not a bad ROI. Yeah, like I said, went from 50K in tournament winnings to $5 million in 50K. But like I said, he got there via one of our main event packages. It was a $14,000 main event package that included his $10,000 seat. And spun it up. Sold a bunch of his action too, so basically free rolled it. You never forget your first regular casino, that's right.
Makes it 25, 9 folds, 1 folds, 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds.
Favorite hand, but it's not suited.
And
Oh my! Hey, no contract. Run it back, you know? Run back the stream. Don't blame me. I was trying to get you 100 bucks.
Just one of us.
I said that. He won't do it unless he offers.
U.S. national champion.
Someone always has.
I'll tell you what, dude. In honor of the 7 dudes, here you go. You know what I mean?
Keep that over here. That's
$15.
everybody agree.
That's going over.
$15.
Well, now we gotta get green shirt.
I'm not one to like.
Okay. But then I see that shit.
I was hoping to win like a big pot with it, please.
Yeah,
But I'll take
hard to
that
get it going.
back.
Yeah, for sure.
At least get there somebody.
This one we don't have a
10
payout.
o'clock, so I got about 2
Yeah,
hours
I know,
to
right?
explain to you guys. Other than that, it's not gonna happen.
All right, 7 folds.
They're definitely like, he might be
I gotta play more than aces.
Dude, I'm just trying to induce bomb bots. It has nothing to do with
It
it.
makes it 20. 9 folds.
Alright, thank you.
I just showed 7 deuce if you didn't see. I made it 25.
1 folds, 2 folds, 3
I just want to make sure
folds,
everyone calls play.
4 folds. And 6 folds already. Heads up. Bet 25, see there, 25. Call, see one. Should I enter this $40 tournament on the road?
Justin White asking about bigger games out in the room. The biggest game we're running right now is probably the 5-5 PLO game, but as far as Hold'em goes, we got some deep stack 2-5 games out there.
Ace of clubs, right? Ace of clubs.
Been running most of the day, so we got some big stacks in some of those games. But the biggest game we have right now is 5-5 PLO.
Bet a 40 and
Justin White said, wondering why 2-2 was chosen to stream, podcast stream. We try to stream everything for everyone, you know. We want everyone to get a little bit of taste of everything we got going on.
I didn't buy a box. Instead, I bought.
We talked about it a little bit earlier. It's fun to stream the big games, but it's also fun to stream the small games. This is what you see happening in your local card room every day. These 1-2 and 2-2 streams. Joseph in the YouTube chat says, what are the 5-5 PLO buy-in ranges? Anything from, it's uncapped, so the min buy-in is 300, and there's no max. So you see everything in between without any exaggeration. You see the guys that buy in for 300, the guys that buy in for 500, the guys that come in for 1,000, the guys that come in for 5K, and then the guys that come in for 15K. You see it all. Andrew Leadbeater says, how many answers do we get for the question? You get till we get it right.
She gonna love those.
Paper City Gamer said, wanted to do the package tourney this year. Yeah, me too, man. That tourney is always super fun. And then we go to Vegas, and we get to sweat a person that we put in the main event. Like, we sweat the whole team. How cool is that?
That is a really good question.
I think as long as they give you barbecue sauce, you'll be all right.
Steve says, it's been a good game. It's been a good stream. It's been fun. You guys have been awesome. No Fear says, where are we playing? We're playing in Jacksonville, Florida. North Florida Poker, alive and well. Button straddles, 2-2, no limit hold'em.
What can you buy with $4?
A lot, actually. 4 for 4.
That's like a fifth of my,
Come on.
that's like a fifth of my tank.
Nation Divided said, what time does this game start on Wednesdays? We start the stream at about 7. We are on a delay, so the stream doesn't go live until like 7:15, 7:30. But the game starts seating at 6:45. We get cards in the air about 7, and then the stream goes live about 15 or 20 minutes after that.
Like, you know what I mean? We have the time off.
Frag Bank says, liking this stream better than live at the bike. Thanks, man. Ironically, Jesse and I were just talking about that. Trying to be unbiased, our unbiased opinion. We think we have a better stream than live at the bike, too. Live at the bike's awesome, though. They have huge games all the time with, you know, a whole range of players.
I don't know what time I'm gonna get here anyways.
Look at Jay putting in the 3-bet here with mixed kings.
Honestly, we winged this. He's like,
Glenn just limped the ace-king of hearts. He might be trying to get tricky here.
really put in the message, I said, best bet, I love you, put me on the list.
Yep, there he goes. You see him reaching for a stack of red. He has no idea how far behind he is. I think he thinks he's making a move, but he might have just stepped in it. We might get all the money in the middle. Jay 3-bet to 55. Glenn 4 bets to 125. Jay's only got about 400 back. I could see him just shipping it here. It'd be a little bit of a big raise, but if he just calls, it's going to make for awkward stacks post flop. I like this move. I like just getting it in, fast playing these kings in this spot. Like I said, if you just flat call there, there's going to be a weird. Stacks are going to be really weird. You're going to have about one pot size bet on the flop. You know.
I have a true account.
You get the degen icon, like the straight up call sign, you know.
That's nice.
Craig McFall asking if anyone confirmed the hand last week. We thought he had King Jack. Yeah. Actually, that was James, and he jumped in the chat later on. Look at the case king coming on the river here. James jumped in the chat later on, was nice enough to tell us what he had. He said he had 2 kings that hand. He had pocket kings. I guess somehow the reader just caught a jack somewhere and displayed one of his hole cards as a jack. And then at the end of the hand, James didn't show. He just mucked because he had the loser. But he said he had pocket kings, which makes a lot of sense for the way the hand went down. Maximum pain for sure. I like this play by Jay. Like I said, fast play those kings.
Dude, it's insane. You can turn on 1,200 and 10K in a day.
If he just calls there, there's like 300 in the middle, and he's got 300 back. You've got one pot-sized bet. You know, like what do you do on the flop? Do you bet half pot and then just leave yourself 150 behind, you know, into 700? Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Fast playing it there based on stack sizes, I think, is the right move. It paid off. Got called by Glenn. Got the full double up, plus 524. That's the way to do it.
Those are always fun, man. My favorite with Ignition is after you deposit, they give you that like tic-tac, you play the casino, and I always just go all in for 10 days in a row. Double.
Justin White and Nars in the YouTube chat. You guys are awesome. Thanks for watching. Glad you guys enjoy it.
I always roll over on those things. I'm like the luckiest casino blackjack.
Case Justice King. Yeah, right? Oh, man.
Usually 2-3K every time when they give me that $120.
Bink your card and you're still behind. Got big slick there. He made more going all in. Yeah, for sure. If they go to a flop in that spot, like, so the downside is you give your opponents all 5 cards, but the upside is he only has 3 outs. So, you know, I'll take that flip all day. But you're right. He definitely gets more money getting it all in pre, because if he waits till the flop, Ace King has almost no equity on that flop. So he's not going to call anymore. Can you be up against aces in that spot? Sure, sometimes. The limp re-raise is always a mega strong hand. It's always aces, kings, or ace-king suited. Fortunately for Jay, he had the worst of the 3, that hand.
Gary C. Weird question about the Jollibee. I don't know if you've been there, Dustin. I went there for the first time the other day, and it's like I couldn't get a read. The least amount of a read I could ever get on a restaurant is this Jollibee place. Like, I could not have told you for the life of me what country this place came from. I think their go-to. Have you seen this place? Their go-to combo is like a 2-piece fried chicken with a side of spaghetti.
No, but I remember when they opened and there was like people were losing their minds. There was like lines wrapped around the place for like 3 weeks straight.
I would never put fried chicken and then like let me get a side of spaghetti and meatballs with that.
Did you get it?
No.
But
it's like it's Filipino or something. I was like, I don't know.
I think it is Filipino. Yeah.
This thing is all over the place.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I'm into it. I throw some fried chicken in my spaghetti and get weird. Yeah, I remember when they opened, there was a line around the building for like 3 weeks. People loved it.
Yeah, they love hot dogs in the Philippines, I guess. I've heard they throw hot dogs in all their dishes.
Weird. Is Joseph in the chat says, is ace-king suited always a call to a 4-bet shove at best up against another ace-king or jacks-queens? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the limp re-raise because I think you put yourself in weird situations like that, you know? But I don't know, man. I don't know when you – I think you have to have a really solid read on your opponent to ever really – it all kind of breaks down to the math, too, to even consider folding ace-king suited pre-flop. Might catch some heat for that one in the chat, but you pretty much got to pry ace king suited out of my dead hand pre-flop. It depends on the stacks, the math, and your player profiles at the table. Who does what in the hand? You know, if it's the old guy that hasn't played a hand in 2 hours, you know, you're probably beat. If it's a maniac, you know, sure, we're stacking off with ace king suited. If it's the old guy that hasn't played a hand in 2 hours, you might just fold. Yeah, suited looks so good. Like I said, you gotta pretty much pry ace king suited out of my hands when I'm dead. Leonardo Brown says it's a flip. Yeah, you also have to understand that you're probably you know, 50% favorite at best. So you got to be okay with flipping, and that's what bankrolls are for. That's
What is the number? 1-800-GAMBLER?
you got to have a big bankroll in order to play this game properly. You got to be properly rolled for whatever game you got to play in, so you can make correct decisions with hands like ace king suited.
What's your first and last name so I can call him for you?
Emily in the Facebook chat, Filipino delicacy, she says hot dogs are. Y'all love hot dogs over there in the Philippines?
Hot dogging.
Yeah, they love them?
The next time I
Can't get enough of them?
can't play.
Joseph says anything in life, it depends. Sure, yeah, like I said, it's really contingent on the math, your player profile, also your position. You know, I know a lot of guys are a lot more. They tend to call pre-flop just flat with ace king suited out of position, but they'll 3-bet in position, which I think is an okay strategy. Obviously, in poker, you don't want to always do the same thing because that's exploitable. So you have to have balance and you have to be able to mix up your play. So it's hard to definitively say, like, yeah, you should always do this, because you shouldn't. You shouldn't always do anything except always fold 7 deuce, you know. But other than stuff like that,
Mine's always over 24, bro. Online, I see
No, 10:30 just passed. We forgot about the Facebook chat here. All right, everybody, go on over to the Facebook chat, guys. We are about to enter our trivia question for our Facebook giveaway.
You think I don't play hands, buddy?
You guys get your Google and apps up.
His VPET just says you need help.
My VPEP's you need to
Like, fold a hand. We can't. You're at 99%. We can't put that 1% in there physically, so.
And that was only because he disconnected.
Yeah.
basically
Sir, if it's suited, he doesn't make it playable.
all right, Facebookers, get your Google machine ready. Some of you guys might know this answer off the rip. You can just fire it in there. Win some Best Bet swag, your choice of a t-shirt or a hat.
All right, guys, here we go for the Facebook trivia question. What was Greg Raymer's profession before he began playing poker? First one to answer correctly will win their choice of a hat or t-shirt, Best Bet swag. Again, what was Greg Raymer's profession before he began playing poker? First one to answer in the Facebook chat will win our giveaway.
It's a very specific profession, so you got to get it exactly right.
Right. It's kind of a two-part answer there, so need to get some specific on the type of whatever he was.
That's right. It's we're looking for a very specific answer.
Man, you guys are just shooting over there.
Yeah, we got some good ones in the Facebook chat so far. Some of you guys are getting close,
Some of them
but
might have a piece of it.
yeah, we're looking for a specific type of what, you know. We talked about it. Oh, there it is.
Oh, not specific enough for what? For
We're getting emails like, please.
for
Mobile detailing. That's my favorite one so far.
second part question here. He was a blank for.
This game right here, I'm not joking. This game, I played two 5 tables since.
Come on, y'all. I know y'all's Google works.
More action than both those 2 5 tables. And both those 2 5 tables was more action than.
You guys are getting close. You guys have to tell us what the industry he worked for. So like, he did a thing. He had a profession, but what was the industry he worked in?
Grinding
Yeah, y'all are hitting the first piece of it.
Fossil Man.
Need that second part.
You're just saying his name. He was the Fossil Man.
Everybody's grinding a paycheck.
Oh, you got to give us both parts. Both parts.
Sumo wrestler. That's a good one. I like that one. For a casino, not quite.
Come on, Bree.
There we go. Joe Laporte.
Joe Laporte. There he is. I'll accept that. Patent law for a pharmaceutical company. Fizzer was the company. A lot of you guys put that. You needed the whole piece of it. So Joe Laporte, congratulations. You are our Facebook giveaway winner.
By the blackjack tables was like the best. I started there, dude. The first time I played poker was in there.
Yep.
Well, straight, what you're saying.
I remember I played some sit,
So the third part of the giveaway question is, what actually is a patent lawyer? What does a patent lawyer even do? I'm just kidding. That's not part of the giveaway, but if anybody can enlighten me, I would love to know what a patent lawyer actually does.
Hey, I want to run $100 sit. And they would go, all right, you fill up in like an hour. Minimum.
That when I found that out, we talked about that on the radio show. Any of you guys have been listening, you know, for the past 4 hours since the radio show. We touched on that a little bit, talked about Greg Raymer being a patent attorney before he won WSOP main event. What does a patent attorney do? Specialized, oh, here we go. Andrew hooking me up. Specialized qualifications necessary for representing clients and obtaining patents. Okay, sure, that makes sense. Acting in all matters relating to patent law and practice. It sounds riveting. It sounds really exciting.
Don't get me wrong, I like playing in Tampa, but it's not an easy field at all. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
Even like
We got a lot of responses in the Twitch chat. Sorry, guys, you guys had your shot with the keyword. This giveaway was on the Facebook platform only. YouTubers, don't worry, though. We're working on something special for you guys coming up in the next few weeks.
I played on 225 tables, and both were better than any day at the Hard Rock, and they were still nitty gritty. You know what I mean? It's like
Poker Nemo just misspelled prostitution in the chat. That's incredible.
Even now with Cherokee, like
Nation Divided said, what about the young guy that hasn't had a plan, hasn't played a hand in 2 hours? Sure, yeah, young guys can be nitty too, for sure. It's not always, and old guys can be maniacs. We just use that as a little bit of a stereotype. Don't worry, you old guys aren't fooling me. I've played with enough of you guys to know that you can be maniacs too. Not fooling me.
3 months ago, I didn't play poker for like 2 or 3 months. Like every day.
Oh, I know, man. You don't have to tell me, Nation Divided. I get it. I've played with enough of you guys.
Joe Laporte, check your DMs. I'm messaging you. I'll give you some details on your winning. So check your DMs, and I'll get over to you there.
My variance is so bad for the last year.
Super exciting profession. They do a lot of research. Yeah, William Gary, that makes sense. You know, I could see that. Maybe that turns you in kind of that analytical thinker that you need to be successful in poker tournaments. Greg Raymer hasn't stopped either. It's not like he just won the main event and that was it. Like he plays our 5K events. He still crushes.
I feel like I'm calmer in PLO.
I still play big out, you know?
I mean,
You get it in, you get it in. You don't have to like.
He did a clinic in Pensacola. Okay, that's cool. Prostitution, Poker Nemo. Yeah, there we go.
started playing PLO like when I started was online always, so it was always 6 max. And then I started playing
Poker Yoda says, maniac, not me.
smash. Like, I just,
Yeah, I mean, Nation Divided has a point. We can't
yeah, and that's boring.
put everyone into the same bucket, you know, just based on their age.
so much tighter.
Like, if you don't have the nuts, like, just don't even play. It's like annoying. I don't know. You can,
It's just a generalization.
yeah, right?
We didn't mean to hurt anyone's feelings. Greg Raymer is a crusher. Yeah, he still plays, man. He's still really active in the scene. Like I said, he plays our 5K WPT Bounty Scramble every year. Right here in Jacksonville, Florida. He makes the rounds, does the tournament circuit, still grinds.
You know what I mean? And I turned bottom vote, and I'm just like, well, I'm never folding this against you. But it's like, there's so many players that I would. You know,
He'll sign your fossil.
just because, like you said, you don't have the nuts. You know.
Right.
Fragbank asking if part of the rake goes to the dealer. No, the dealers work on tips, you know.
He looks at me.
The dealers work on gratuity. Don't forget that next time you're in a poker game.
I think that's a common misconception among players, maybe the more novice players. They think they see the dealers pulling the rake and the jackpot off the tables, and they assume a piece of that goes to the dealers. We do not get any of that as far as our pay. I mean, yeah, we are working strictly on tips, which are a separate thing on the table. You see, there's 2 slots to drop money in. Those are the rake and the jackpot, and then our tip box is a separate space. So yeah, those don't contribute to what the dealer makes.
I mean, they were, but like, you know, they're all like 90s.
Yeah, Ben, there's an hourly rate. It's more of like a service industry kind of rate, like a server would make. So yeah, we're relying mostly on tips here as a dealer.
I'm 47 and I would sit at the table and feel like a young kid.
Young guy, right? Yeah. Like, sometimes at Daytona they run like the 4A and I go play over there. Check, and 8 and 9. Whatever. All 60 plus, 70 plus. C1's gonna beat out.
Paper City Gamer says in the tourneys they does dealer chip. Sorry, I'm not sure what that question says. If you're asking about the tips for the dealer in a tourney, so part of that is included in your buy-in. If you ever look at your ticket, it will say like dealer gratuity or something like that. And then, you know, like a pretty standard thing is when you win a tournament, toss a little something extra to the dealers, you know.
Yeah, in a tournament or like a pit, like say if you're in a casino, like where the blackjack games are and stuff like that, those are, the hourlies are more set on those games. Actually, I believe they do keep their own tips in some casinos in the pit. Ours, we do not. So when we deal in the pit or tournaments, we do get paid more by the hourly rate. We don't keep our own tips, I should say. So it's a little bit different, but for the most part, we are working strictly on tips.
Justin Miner says Greg Raymer won 4 HPT events in 1 season. I didn't know that. That's sick. Yeah, don't count out the Fossil Man. Just because he's been a little quiet in the past 15 years. Don't count out the Fossil Man. You guys have been awesome. Keep the questions coming. Jordan and I like answering them. It keeps us entertained. You guys are fun.
Check, because I still have it going on. So somebody's lightning.
Fragbank asking about the phone rules at the live stream table. So since we are on a 15-minute delay, we allow them to have their phones during the cash games. They can't be on the phone when they're in a hand, and obviously they can't watch the stream.
Okay.
So yeah, you can have your phone. You just can't watch the stream. Obviously, you can't text anybody else at the table. You can't, be on your phone when you're in a hand.
Back in the day?
Ethan said, do dealers have to kick back some of their tips? I'm not sure what you mean by kick back, but the dealers keep their tips for the most part. Poker Nemo asking if we got confirmation, I'm assuming, from the boss. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Enlighten me, and I'll let you know. Michael Smith says, when is Jacksonville going to get blackjack? There's a long and a short answer for that. The short answer is not for a long time. The long answer, we don't have enough time left in the stream for that one, bud.
No, they're saying stop what? The stream. Oh, yeah, wrong. Start on the button and they raise last end. It's 10:30. Yeah, double up.
Blackjack, the house wins for sure. Well, most of those casinos do. Most of those casino games are like that. That's why Las Vegas exists.
He has all my money. My profits.
Oh, it's 2 grand today. What were you playing? 2, 1, 2.
You gotta open up.
I did this round. I might want
Just
to.
us?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, what'd you make that? What's that?
10.
William Gary asking what's considered a correct percentage or amount of dealer tip for sit and goes and tourneys, like 15 and 20% being the norm.
I was down like.
You know, man, I've got way too many friends that work in the industry to feel totally comfortable answering that. I'll just say that, you know, like
That was a 2-5.
it's like a service. You know, it's like anything else, like going out to eat. If you feel like they did a good job and they deserve a big tip, then give them a big tip. If you feel like they did a crappy job, they don't deserve a big tip, don't give them a big tip. But don't base it on the cards that you get dealt, you know. Base it on their service. Base it on their professionalism, you know, the way they run the game, whether they're friendly or engaging, whether they make a lot of mistakes. You know, you can't say like, oh man, this dealer deals me I always get bad cards when he's here, and so when I get a big hand and win, I'm gonna stiff him. You know, that's not fair.
Yeah, 5 high is good.
But as far as like a correct percentage, you know, use your best judgment. Like going out to eat, you get crappy service, you leave a crappy tip.
I just like wake up with a handful of three. Me? No, him.
Greg McFall says he'll be down Labor Day week. Stop by, say hello. Cool, man. Jump in a live stream game. Jordan asking how long the stream's going to run. We're going to run as long as the game is good, as long as we got viewers. We usually wrap it up around midnight.
I took out one in my house, so I just have to go home.
Justin Miner says probably depends on the actual prize. I tip 10% of a 1K prize. Yeah, I mean 10% is huge of a tournament win. That's awesome, you know. And then the dealers all chop that up amongst everyone that dealt that tournament. So everybody gets every dealer that dealt you a winning hand gets a little piece of it. It's cool. Paper City said did 10% when he made a final table. Yeah, guys, I think that's awesome. Tipping 10% on a tourney win is huge. Ethan with a good point in the YouTube chat says if the food takes a long time, blame the cook instead of being mad at the waiter. Yeah, for sure. If more people had that mindset, the world would be a happier place. Ben Velez says some tournaments take the tip as part of the buy-in. Yeah, that's kind of to ensure the dealers get paid. And then obviously, kind of like we touched on earlier, the winners, you know, the big heavy money spots. You know, it's kind of up to those guys to leave a little bit extra on top. JMC Stone said he tipped 10% of the bad beat jackpot I won. Man, that's awesome. I'm sure your dealer appreciates you. That's awesome. Very cool.
I didn't want to.
Like I said, guys, I don't think there's a correct number because I don't think you can completely quantify, you know, I don't think you can generalize service as a whole. There's some really bad poker dealers out there. There's also some really great ones. Leonardo Brown says, is a aggressive female poker player scary to me? Not any scarier than an aggressive male poker player, but I do see that a lot. Not to me personally, just because I've played a lot of poker, and I don't... I've kind of learned to generalize players based on their play style instead of their gender or their race or their age or anything like that. But I can see how they are intimidating to some people, and I see it all the time in the room. So to me personally, no, but I get the effect that really aggressive females have on a poker game. I've seen it.
You have eights?
Fragbank says, do RFID cards weigh more? Yeah, actually they do. They're a little heavier, they're bigger, and they're a little thicker, a little harder to shuffle, and a little harder to deal. They're it's like shuffling a stack of credit cards. They're a little harder to manipulate.
Maybe we'll lose all the money.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
Maybe I'll lose double.
I'll just lose it. You suckers have to go to the cage.
8? No, I didn't have 8.
Looks like you're not coming home with me.
Nice hand.
Paper City says he likes fast dealers better. Yeah, me too. You get more hands out. And some dealers don't take control of the table. I agree. That's a little bit of one of my pet peeves also. I like a fast dealer. I like a fast dealer that doesn't make mistakes. I've seen a lot of dealers that try to be fast and they just end up making mistakes, which eventually slows down the game anyway. But yeah, I like a quick dealer. I wouldn't say a fast dealer. It's hard to be fast and good. But I like a quick dealer, a dealer that has the attention to deal the game well. McPartridge Boy asking, how do they not bin the cards when they look at them? We give them brief instructions before the game not to peel the cards, just to pick them up and look at them because they are really expensive. So we try not to crack them, and we replace them anytime we have bad cards. Anytime we have a card that doesn't work, we replace the deck, and and then we inspect the deck before and after every game before we use it again, obviously.
He's like, shut up, quit telling the story.
That's the minimum there, you know.
Oh, what's up with that? Anyway, that's why.
Donnie got some love in the chat. Donnie in the box, part of the stream crew. G Dice says biggest pot you have lost and won. Me personally, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I mean, there's nut jobs in California.
Probably a couple thousand either way. 3,500, 4,500, somewhere in that range.
I'm crazy.
Now I'm fucking minutes. Wait.
No Fear says, how much do the cards cost? A deck of these RFID cards are a little more than $50. They're pretty expensive, actually. Paper City says 500. Man, I wish mine was 500. Probably about 8x, that much. William Gary asks if dealers are allowed to play when they're off. Yeah, dealers can play at our sister property located in Orange Park, Florida. It's about a 20-minute drive from, 30-minute drive from this property. Joe Laporte, yeah, check your messages, man. Trying to get you sized up to get your best bet swag that you won there in the giveaway.
Yeah, I sent you a message, Joe. Maybe try to send me a DM. It's I don't know if I'm not friends with you, so it's not showing up or whatever. Try to send me a DM, and I'll see if it pops up over here.
Hour 5. Wait, we didn't do a bomb pot.
G-Dice says a 1-2 or 1-3 player, 600 is the biggest, lost 400.
They just played a bomb.
That's pretty good.
What are you talking about?
No limps. No shadows from me.
Nothing.
Standard 15.
Tight game.
Justin Miner says, correct me if I'm wrong, do some rooms give different hourly rates for dealers in tournaments? Probably. That sounds like it's probably a thing. I don't know which is better for the staff. But yeah, that sounds like it could definitely be a thing that would happen in the industry.
We're going to almost migrate over to the 5-5 PLO. It's going to be a 15-person PLO after this.
Kevin McCormick says, where's the best place to stay local? So if you come to town, swing through the room, get a player's card, and we have a list of local hotels, all within about 15 minutes. It's probably the furthest one, and they all give discounts based on your player card. So, or you can call in advance and, ask the list attendant for the list of hotels. They'll give you a list of hotels that all give a discount for best bet. And you can book one of those. There's a Hampton Inn right across the street that I know does a pretty good deal. I think it's like 60 or 70 bucks a night for a poker room discount.
Yeah, you would have thought at least this table would have had.
Right across the street. Look for Hampton Inn, like Regency or Hampton Inn Monument, somewhere in that area. And then call them, tell them you're playing at Best Bet Jacksonville, and you want the poker room rate.
They don't extract the rate.
For the button.
They only take a minimal rate.
Nation divided. Unfortunately, you got to be here when the game starts. Unless, I mean, if you're really far down the list and you're not going to be in the first 8 anyway, you got a better chance of getting on if you can't be here till late. But we call the game at 6:45, and whoever shows up, it's just like any other game that we run in the room. We call the list. If you don't show up, we clear your name and we keep going. So if you're further down the list, you know, you got a better chance of getting on if you can't be here till later.
I feel that.
Justin Cole watching the Poker Gypsy, talking about Matt there in the 3 seat. Yeah, Matt's cool. He's played on the stream a couple times. Him and I have talked a little bit about his poker adventures. Cool thing. That's the best thing about poker. Play anywhere.
Check 6, check 7, 30, check 8, 30 from the 3 seat.
Damn, that shit hit. That's crazy. Way good.
Jimmy Bluffett, best bet, best poker room in Florida. I'll say hi to Allie for you next time I talk to her, for sure.
I mean, how much you got?
300.
3 and change?
Fragbank says, do we have a lot of regulars on the stream? Yeah, we do. We have some guys that only play on the live stream tables, which is cool.
We found the degenerate.
Wait.
You see how quickly he was
in less than
like-
5 minutes, I got called a nerd and then a degenerate. So which one is it, guys? Come on.
Pretty much.
I don't think it matters.
I don't know, but the table lifted a little on this side. I'm just saying.
Alright.
Call.
He's a degenerate.
I only talk about big bets. I don't
Call 3.
Try to induce other people. He likes big bets.
I try to get everybody.
Paper City Gamer talking about taking a shot at 5-10. I'm all for shot taking, but I'm also a big believer in if your win rate is one thing at a lower stakes game, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it type thing. If you're crushing 1-2 for 20 big blinds an hour and you go to 2-5 and you're crushing for, 6, you're leaving money on the table. But I'm all for shot taking. You want to take a shot at 5-10? Do it. But I see that a lot with guys. They, they move up from 2-2 to 2-5, and they're beating 2-2 for 8 big blinds an hour, and they move to 2-5, and they're only beating 2-5 for 2 big blinds an hour, and they're just taking a loss, but it's like a pride thing. They don't want to move back down to 2-2.
Check 7, check 8, 20.
But if you're beating 2-2 for 10 plus big blinds an hour, you're crushing.
Chop it up.
That's the air. That's the nuts. I'm telling you, both suited too.
Like I said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Let me know what you guys think. It's good to take shots at the bigger games because, it's going to make you a bigger player, and the goal is eventually to get there and crush those games for 10 plus big blinds an hour, but it's hard. It's hard to do.
Queen 3, I'm telling you, dude.
There's other streams.
Mike Henderson be on the September 24th 2-5 stream. Cool, man. Excited to have you. Come get busy. Do some work. Stack some chips. Ben Velez asking, is what possible? 10 big blinds an hour? Yeah, 10 big blinds an hour. Definitely possible. Not easy, but it's possible.
Alright, so we're on the same page of playing garbage right now.
You even said it twice. I even heard. Now I peripherally hear it.
Now I peripherally go. After the hand's already.
We got some stacks in this game now. Everyone's pretty deep. You see Jay with like 1,000. That's like 600 in front of Joe. Jamie's got like 900 in front of him.
I can't let him.
This game got deep quick.
Call 9, call 1.
I told you guys, these games are good.
Great. Playing the only guy I'm 0-5 hands for.
Hey man, it might be
Supposedly
over.
Ben Velez says 5 big blinds per hour is more realistic. It's more attainable, for sure.
Check 9, check
60.
Ricky Silver says got some deep stacks, which means there are some unhappy folks. Yeah, we haven't had a lineup change since we started. These 8 guys have been locked in. So somebody's stuck. You know, sometimes you'll see everyone in the table will be deep, but it's because like one guy just fed the table and then he got up and left, and the guy that took his place bought in for the max, so everyone's deep. But these 8 guys have been locked in since we started at about 7:15. Kevin Kendrick said a good 2-5 player could make 20 bigs per hour at best bet. Yeah, probably. 20 big blinds can be pretty high. That's going to be on the high end. He'd have to be a very, very good 2-5 player, and he'd have to run above EV for a very long time. But it's doable. I've seen it. I don't know if it's sustainable year after year, but yeah, you could definitely book that win rate. In the short term, anyway.
Just fold. Oh, motherfucker, what are you doing calling me?
And then he would show you the 7 deuce if you fold.
Yeah, yeah, and then he would have showed you
That would have
the
burned you. You would have been.
Everybody who's watching the stream's like,
Paper City Gamer says 5 big blinds in Massachusetts is less than minimum wage. Yeah, and they don't even take the taxes out. You still got to pay your own taxes. How late does this stream run? Well, I'll probably go till another hour or so. I'm having fun. Jordan's having fun. Hopefully you guys are having fun.
At the same time, I still try and bluff it.
Ben says anything is possible in the short term. LOL. Yeah, you're right.
With 7 deuce? Okay, we're going to try and bluff it.
oh, ace 10, 10 board. This is a great bluff opportunity. Oh, wait,
Ricky Silver turned it around after being stuck in the 2-2 game. Been there, buddy, for sure. Gotta play through the bad luck. So the cream always rises to the top. You know what I'm saying? Like, the good player is going to get the money. Sometimes it just takes longer than others. Sometimes you got to get buried. I feel like I play a little better when I get buried off the rip, to be honest with you. If I walk in and I get the double up right away, probably going to give it all back. But if I get stuck a buy-in or two, somehow I always turn that around into a profit. I guess I just lock it down into grind mode. But I do find a trend. If I go up really early in the session, I tend to book a losing session. I don't know why it is.
From 7 deuce to 8-3. Let's go.
Hey, yeah, you beat.
Listen, I don't
Ben
wanna
Velez says, do you generally see higher big blinds per 100 win rates with the big pre-flop raise sizes?
play 7 deuce.
You know what? I never thought about that, but
Way to suck out.
it seems like it would make sense. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to think about it a little more. That's a good question. I've never thought about it.
Somebody's
They're
watching
going to
this
invite
stream
like
right
this
now.
side of the table back next to me. They're going to be like, guys, you want to play every week? Because
We'll put you
They're
ahead.
like, they're doing shots.
Kevin Kendrick says proper game selection, 20 bigs is definitely attainable at 2-5. In this room, yeah, I think so too. I really do.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I want the Gatorade for sure.
I don't know.
And around.
Call, that says call and 3, 20.
At least I can do since I.
I think you're very right. Table selection has a lot to do with it.
I'll pretend like it's somebody else's money I'm buying.
put the monocle in. He's like, I am so rich. They just get a walk.
You did.
I mean, it's not really a walk when you raise the money.
What are you doing? We have not played enough hands heads up. Like, our personal VP.
10-3. That was 10-3 off.
I don't care.
I think 20 bigs an hour is a hard win rate to sustain. I think it's definitely
Still like romance.
achievable in spurts, you know.
We had a moment with Queen 3.
You just take my money.
I think you could go like a month or two, booking a bunch of 20 big blind per hour wins. Then you're gonna have
We're back full circle.
a couple months where it's gonna be a lot less.
The one time you're ahead,
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to call that.
Yeah. I mean, 20 from the 6. Fold in the 7.
Yeah, Kendrick, I agree with that. Kevin Kendrick at best bet for sure. Some of the other rooms in the country, you know, I don't know if anyone's ever played 2-5 in Las Vegas, not during the World Series or March Madness, but it's an incredibly tough game. It would be very, very, very difficult to win 20 big blinds an hour in that game. It's literally like raise, 3-bet, fold, 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 fold. The next hand, fold, 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 chop. Raise, 3-bet, fold. You know, it's a very, very, very tough game. Nation divided. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the only way to get better is to surround yourself with people who are better than you, and that's exactly what would happen if you go into a bigger game. Probably. There's probably players that are worse than you if you're a hard-working, studying player. So you got a shot.
35 from the 8.
JMC Stone. Yeah, that's true. A good point. Casinos have more wrecks. Card rooms have more grinders. Best bet must be the anomaly then. Mike Henderson, yeah, hours also the way to get better, for sure.
Do I need a 6?
Oh! God! Those damn 8s!
I didn't think I needed a 6 there.
You need an 8. 8 comes on the board, you better be worried.
I have 8s always wait.
One Lone Fool says, what's the best way to study? I think it kind of depends on your learning style. You know, some people can read a book, memorize it, and get it down. Some people have to be a little more hands-on. Some people can learn just through like talking through scenarios. For me, I have a hard time retaining information when I read it, so I kind of got to learn through hands-on.
Well, the first one was
Yeah, the first one was a dud already.
I was
I learn through having conversation too, but for me, like reading it in a book, it's hard for me to retain it. I have to read like the same book 2 or 3 times before it really sinks in. So I think it really all depends on your learning style. Like videos are a good way for me to learn because I feel like people are like I'm having a conversation kind of. But I have a hard time with just reading a book. Videos are a good way to do it. Charts and graphs, stuff like that. You know.
Either I double this up or I don't. You know.
JMC Stone said the best way to learn is lose 1,000,000 hands. Yeah, that's kind of how I learned too. You know.
That'll teach you something.
Yeah, School of Hard Knocks kind of deal. You learn. You're not really learning what to do though. You're more like learning what not to do.
Right.
Eventually it'll all click and you'll get it right. But it takes exponentially longer to learn that way.
It's not that's for sure. I gotta make it look somewhat fishy out there, you know? Double flush draw.
I had a bigger draw than I thought I did.
Learn by doing. Leonardo in the chat. Yeah. Pretty close.
Of diamonds?
I think trying to force yourself to study in a way that's not super comfortable for you, like for me, like I said, I'm not good at reading a book, so like forcing myself to try to learn the information in a book, it feels like just kind of chasing my own tail. So you kind of have to be cognizant of how you learn and go from there. Like I said, I like to watch videos, charts and graphs, stuff like that. Talk to other players, and of course, put in the hours.
That's like a challenge. Yeah, so start on again. 8 makes it 20. Hold 9. You're assuming she's coming back.
I mean,
JMC Stone with another good point. You learn which hands to play better in certain spots. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like they had to cut them off.
Guys, we are not doing good.
we're not up to par, alright?
Peters Joseph said Big Red lost fast.
Oh, thanks.
Fast and loose, man. You're either going to get all the chips or you're going to go home pretty quick. It's one of the two.
You guys are alright.
Fast and loose.
You're not great. So, you know,
Well, it's because you guys don't play 7.
There we go. Now he gets there with top and a redraw to Broadway.
on the river.
Would have made the game better.
Ben Velez says learn pretty quick to stop 3-betting Queen Jack off.
Not my time.
Yeah, that's probably a negative EV play in the long run.
Okay.
Waiting for shots.
I know you're ready.
Leonardo Brown says, I feel like dealers are at an advantage because they're on both sides of the cards. Yeah, that's what everyone thinks. What do you think about that, Jordan?
I like to think that I have an advantage from dealing. You know, I like to act like that helps me, but I don't know. I don't think it's any more of an advantage than another poker player on the table would have. I mean, I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing. It's not like I get to see the whole cards or the run out or anything like that. So
yeah, a lot of times when you're a dealer, you know, you get to showdown and one guy turns his hand over and the other guy folds. It's not like you get to see both hands and you can picture what this guy like. You almost get the same amount of information that everyone else at the table has.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any more information you get as a dealer.
I just think it's a volume thing. Like you.
Yeah, we just sit there so often, and you know.
Yeah, 40 hours a week.
Sure, I'm seeing so many hands. You know, it's that I'm have no bias towards. You know, I'm not objectified towards any side of the hand, so I can kind of see a whole spectrum.
Yeah, it's called goofing off right now.
So sure, I'd like to think it is definitely some sort of an advantage to your play if you're a dealer.
No, I'm here to punt. Let's go.
5 hours.
Here to find him. That's why we like you.
Travgy, we're live, man. Live in the booth. Me and Jordan Spina.
That's right. Been here all night with you guys. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. In our final hour of our live stream tonight, 2-2 deep stack on a Wednesday.
What is he thinking?
We touched on it a little bit on the radio show today. I think a really popular misconception is that dealers are good poker players. Most of the time, it's the opposite. You know how like you ever had a friend that was like a bartender, and when they're not off work, they just want to go out and just get smashed?
Yeah, sure.
That's like how a dealer plays poker.
Yeah.
You know, like a dealer gets on the other side and they lose their mind.
Been itching for so long to play.
Yeah, they're just like action. They're just they're surrounded by all this action. Right. And they can't get a piece of it, and then they finally get in the game. And
you know that master Tom Negrano? I got you lessons.
Alright, so this time I believe you.
Grass Monkey says, are you able to watch this stream back later? Yeah, so all of our streams get archived on our YouTube channel, so you can just head over to youtube.com and search bestbetLIVE. And all of our streams, all of our hand of the week stuff is all archived and dated on there. You can go back and watch the whole stream.
Yeah, guys, it's a little tricky. I think while the streams are going on live, you can't, go backwards and kind of skim through it. You have to wait till the stream ends before you can start back from the top and go through it. So yeah, once the streams end, you can go back on our Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube pages and view tonight's action. What's up, Tim? Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing good.
Fragbank asks if we are mic'd up to the dealers. No, we're not. The dealers are mic'd up to each other so they can kind of track the action and keep up with the graphics. That's a whole different thing.
Alright, so this has you covered, right?
Mike Henderson with a good point in the chat says patience is key. Yeah, everyone wants to jump to the next level way too fast without the bankroll to handle it. Yeah, that happens a lot, and then you never see them again. They go broke and they go home. That's it.
William in the Facebook chat. Sometimes the game will break when the stream ends, but a lot of times they just move it to a different table in the room. It's kind of hard to tell. Everybody just kind of decides if they want to keep going or not at the end of the stream, and if they do, we'll get them moved and keep this thing running. So if any of these streams interest you and you're not on the list and you're hanging around and you want to try to still get in the game after they end, most likely it will continue. So you can still get in this game potentially, even after the stream.
Trav G. All right, I got you with the follow. Appreciate it, man. Thanks. It's all about shot taking above the BR. I mean, hard and fast, man. I get it. Hard and fast. Look at Joe getting it all in here with a one-pair hand.
Yeah, he's got top with no real draws hitting there, so.
Jamie's getting a pretty bad price here.
Yeah, he's not going to call this, so.
Jamie's getting about 2 to 1 with an 11% hand.
No, we get a free drink. Like the first. No.
Also, if by some weird chance Jamie so if Jamie is ever good here, if he makes the call, if Joe's doing this with a flush draw or like just 2 overcards or something, like this is a tough spot because Jamie could make what he thinks is the right call and then still lose on the river. You know, like if Joe's doing this with clubs, Jamie calls, you know, he still has to sweat the club. If he's doing this with ace-king, Jamie calls, he still has to sweat ace-king. I think it's just a really bad spot, and he's getting a bad price. Nation Divided said he just walked around and sweated the games before he ever sat in one. Yeah, that's one way to do it. That way you don't look like such a noob when you sit down. That's cool. I never heard that one. Ricky Silver says at best 50-50. I mean, even if you are 50-50, it's like I said, if you get it in here and you could get it in with the right call and still lose. Like, or like what if he has a hand like ace-8? You know what I mean? Like, you can make what is you could think is the right call. You're like, oh, I don't think he has a jack, and you call with your 8 and he has a better 8. He has 8-9, you know, or like 8-10.
All my bluffs are out the door, but my bomb pots are good.
All my bluffs. That's because you try to bluff your friends.
Win so many bomb pots, they call me Andrew Needles. That's on stream.
That's on stream.
Paper City says he took too long. I mean, if you're speaking in terms of like a tell, yeah, but the guy's all in, so it doesn't matter. Take as long as you want, as long as you make the right. As long as it takes you to come to the right decision.
Hey, does anyone have no software that'll actually show the cards?
Oh, you're talking about the pasta?
Yeah, it's called a Trojan.
Ricky Silver, yeah, good point. Bad price for best case scenario. Not worth it no matter what. No good pot odds to call. Yeah, totally. He was getting a really bad price there with the middle pair. And like we said, might find the hero call there and be losing to a worse 8. Or, you know, that's one of those hands where you're way behind or you're barely ahead. And when you're getting 2 to 1, you know, it's just not the kind of spot you want to be in.
But I mean, I'm talking about.
He's just talking about digitally rebuilding a hand.
Who's got shots?
I'm talking about when you're talking about a hand on YouTube.
Right, yeah.
You want the cards to come in.
Yeah, it's like you
Fragbank asking about a time limit. So, I mean, dealers and floor people, we're never going to call the clock unless it's like absolutely excessive or it's happening every hand or something. But other players in the game can call clock. A dealer or a floor guy is never going to do anything about it unless it's, like I said, unless it's excessive, somebody's being obnoxious or doing it every single hand.
Oh, I just have out.
Just take a picture and insert it.
I check. I have outs.
Like, you know when you check a video?
Trap G, I agree with you. The hero fold, probably, it's kind of that old thing like a penny saved is a penny earned. So not paying off those hero calls, you probably end up, you know, that actually helps your win rate more than you think, like making those hero calls. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like it. Does Joe's shirt say Magic the Gathering? I'm not sure. I don't know. Ben Velez said flip 50K play money into 20 million before playing for real. Yeah, that's a good way to learn.
Oh my God. That burns every time.
Ooh, I wish.
He's never just splits up. It keeps burning.
Justin Cole, yeah, that's cool, man. Send them our way.
I just can't wait to see what all my friends say about how like I played stupidly.
Same stuff we do.
All the time. Yeah.
William Gary, yeah, this is a fun game. This is a pretty lively, pretty deep 2-2 game.
There's a video.
You can watch.
Pretty much everyone in the game not afraid to get in there and push some chips around. That always makes for a good stream, you know. Especially with that button strato, like when they start when the buy-in's deep and they start opening, you know, their opening size is like $20, like 10x the big blind. I mean, I know it's a straddle pot, you know, so it's really like 5x, but still, whenever you start opening for like $20 $20, $25 in a 2-2 game, you're going to have a good stream.
Heads up. 6 balls, 6 and 7. Check and 6.
James Blick asking about tourney tables. Yeah, same thing. All of our streams are archived on our YouTube channel. So any of the tournaments that we've streamed, like the final tables, the WPT, and like some of our in-house series, you're going to find all of those archived on our YouTube page as well.
He didn't want to play 7 deuce.
There's $1. I threw him $1, guys. Come on, respect this.
All right.
Look at that. Just
No,
relax.
because he's the one that said, no, I'm not doing it.
It's like a friendly dollar.
It's like a friendly dollar.
It's not real.
It's cool. He wants to make money.
He's from stealing the pot.
I want to do it.
I was like, man, do I put a $200
Ricky Silver, 6 to 7.5x the big blind. Yeah, for sure. That's pretty standard raise in 2-2. When you throw that button straddle in there, though, you get bigger raise sizes. Like they start opening for like 22, 24. There's like a really fine line in like 1-2 and 2-2. Like if you just raise what would be kind of like the online standard, like 3x or 4x, the big blind, like the whole table is going to call. But if you raise too much, like if you start opening for like 25, then you've put too much in your stack. Like if you sit down with 100 big blinds, $200, and you open at 25 and you get 2 callers, you kind of have like 1.5 to 1 stack to pot ratio. It makes for really awkward stack sizes. So there's a really fine line of finding that spot where you can raise and you'll get people to fold, but you won't be putting your whole stack in there, if that makes sense. I've struggled with that a lot at low stakes. I finally got a good grasp on it now, but
They're going to come out of the list. None of those people. You played like 4 hands.
Alec Torelli's Hidden Chips. I don't know what's going on with your tag name there, but this is Best Bet Live. Dustin Shacklock and Jordan Spina in the booth. Make cash games great again. I like that. Trav G says a lot of tourney streams on Twitch. Yeah, for sure. We stream some of our final tables, like of our WPT events and some of our in-house series, like our big guarantees. Strategy says opening to 3, 4x. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough to find that sweet spot where you're still going to get folds, but you're not putting too much of your, you want to leave yourself some room to play post-flop. You want to be able to fold post-flop. So if you're raising to 25, even if you raise to 25 and you get called in 3 spots, there's 100 in the middle and you've got 175 behind, like it's a weird stack size. What do you do? No matter what you bet on the flop, it turns your stack. It makes your stack weird on the turn.
I'm glad he made it 50, like I said.
Like say there's 100 in the middle, you got 175. You bet 3/4, so you bet 75. Now you leave yourself 100 to bet on the turn. Like nobody's ever going to fold for that. It's too weird. So you got to find that sweet spot.
I'm glad he made it 53.
Bruce Smith says, where's this at? We're North Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, Best Bet Live.
Trav G, don't worry, man. We'll be streaming pretty consistently over the next few weeks. I got one coming up on Friday, so tune back in Friday night. We'll be back.
You're not even folding his shove on the...
What are we playing on Friday?
It's PLO, right?
5-5 pot limit Omaha.
That's right.
It's going to get weird.
It's going to get weird. You can pray for our software.
Pray for my brain, man. It's so hard to keep up with the 5-5 game. Like, they just have so many draws and outs. And, like, every time I think, like, I'm calling it right, I'm like, oh, man, he's got the nuts. And then, like, the other guy gets a check mark. And I'm like, oh, wait. Oh, no. I got it wrong. Ricky Silver with a funny one. 3X in a 2-2 game is just means family pot. Yeah, basically. If you make it $6, everyone's gonna laugh at you and call anyway. Brown Cat 2K. Yeah, so the video feed's on a 15-minute delay. Jordan and I are watching it on the delay with you. So you and I are watching it in real time now.
That's right.
What we're watching happened 15 minutes ago. We're watching the feed with you guys.
Yeah, so we're watching it the same time you guys are. So everything that happens in front of your eyes is happening in front of our eyes. So we don't have the inside of seeing what's what come before you guys do. So
right, we're watching it together.
Right.
Look at this hand.
It's a fun little flop there.
Flop middle set. Jamie with the open ender flush redraw. He needs some help on the turn. And even if he gets there on the turn, he's still gonna have to sweat a river. Oh, that's a bad card. This is the second time we've seen Jamie in this spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say this looks pretty similar. So he checks this over to Yoshi, who leads out here, or bets 60 on him.
This is a good bet by Yoshi, especially after earlier in the stream we saw him kind of do that weird value bet bluff thing.
Right.
Where he kind of down bet versus the size of the pot. He bet like 30% pot with a bluff, but now he's betting pretty small with a value hand.
Gets a call.
Yeah, which is cool. I like this. I like this play by Yoshi. That might keep Jamie in.
Yeah, he's gonna get some extra money off Jamie from that card.
Jamie might check call here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The diamonds isn't gonna worry him, so he checks. Yoshi bets 150. That's pretty big sizing there. I don't know. He's betting what, 150 into about 3.
Yeah, he went for about half pot here.
Yeah,
it's a little. I think it was about 260.
Yeah, he went over half pot, I think.
Yeah, there's about 260 in the middle, so like 60% pot. But oh no, Jamie, don't do it.
Yeah,
Jamie trying to get tricky.
That bet was big enough to get him to leave this alone, but
I thought Jamie was grabbing raising chips there. I thought he was getting ready to try to rep a big hand. Fragbank says, I don't like that sizing. I think it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Wow, Jamie does find the fold there, even though he's getting a pretty good price and made top pair on the river.
I think Yoshi was just praying that he had one of those 7s.
Wow. Fragbank, I think Yoshi, like we said earlier in the stream, Yoshi did this weird value bet bluff thing where he took a weird sizing like that. And this time he did it with, basically the stones. RuneScape 123. Watching this instead of watching WSOP stuff. Very cool, man. Thanks for tuning in, checking us out, giving us a shot. Happy to have you along. Austin Hunt says, what's the age to get in the game? 18. 18 to get in the card room. Justin Miner says 2/3 pot. Yeah, pretty standard. Wow, Yoshi with another big hand, picking up big, slick, suited. Makes it 15 to go. What is happening here? Did Dan just 3-bet 7 deuce offsuit, and then Glenn calls with 4 deuce suited? What is happening?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
So Glenn must have wait.
I think we got a 3-bet out of Dan with 7 deuce is what I'm seeing. Looks like a straddle pot. Yoshi open, big slick. Looks like Dan 3-bet. Glenn just flats the 3-bet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Looks like Glenn overcalls the 3-bet. And Yoshi's never folding big slick. It looks like he puts in the 4-bet to 140. Glenn's not deep enough to call here. Yeah. Glenn's only got, it looks like about 200 back. He's not deep enough to call. That's the kind of hand, if you're going to play that kind of hand, you want both players to be super deep. Like, you want both players to have like 400 big blinds, you know? Because you want to try to get it all.
I want to say, I feel like we had a hand like that a few weeks ago where it was pocket kings against 4 tray of hearts. And it was something similar, and 4 tray 4-bet the kings out. It was something weird that that almost got through there on a similar, those small suited connectors and a heads-up pot pre-flop.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why you play those hands. You know, you want to sting them, but you got to get the right implied odds. Otherwise, you're just setting yourself up to get smashed. YouTube chat going off. Great commentary. Appreciate that. What kind of tournaments do we host? So right now, our tournament schedule's been a little limited. We used to do 2 dailies every day, plus lots of series and events. But because of the virus and everything, we're just doing weekly. We're doing like 2 tournaments a week. We're doing a 160 on Fridays at noon and Sundays at noon. It's a 160 daily, 30-minute levels, 12K starting stack. Gets about 85 to 100 players, and that's it. It goes every Friday and Saturday at noon. Oh, Friday and Sunday. I'm sorry, at noon. Game's been running for about 4 hours.
Yeah, guys, we were just winding down here. I want to say maybe 10 minutes or so left in the stream tonight. Want to thank everybody again for tuning in with us, everybody that sticked with us through the radio show and the whole stream. We really appreciate it. Like I said earlier, as Dustin did as well, we're going to only continue to try to keep growing these streams, so more and more coming your way in the near future. So hope to see all you guys back soon. Be back Friday night here at Best Bet for a 5-5 PLO game, 7 p.m. Friday. Hope to see you guys there.
I was not expecting him to be
Miracle 185 wants things to be back to normal. Yeah, me too.
Drinking definitely did not help.
When did we drink?
Oh, I forgot.
16, Ray, 16, seat 7.
JMC, Bruce Smith, thanks guys. Thanks for tuning in. Come jump in these tourneys.
Have we done one?
I don't think we have. I think that's you want to. Just do it again.
Yep, 3 players. Alright, 3 players, yes.
Frag Bank, thanks for tuning in. You guys have all been awesome. Trav G, cool. Check us out on Friday, 5-5, pot limit Omaha. No max buy-in. Those boys are going to bring the pain, for sure.
Best hand, right? Best hand? This one?
Oh, cool, man. Yeah, if you're ever up this way, check out our schedule. Scroll down. If you're watching on Twitch, just scroll down. Check out the schedule if you're ever up this way. Come jump in a game. Send us an email. Let us know. Come get a game. Have some fun. Take it home. Watch yourself play. Watch how people play against you. Kevin McCormack, we appreciate that. Cool, man. Feel free. Jordan and I are here almost every day. We work 40 hours a week in this place, so we're not always back here in the stream room. You might see Jordan in the box. You might see me on the floor. Feel free to say, hey, let us know who you are in the chat. We like meeting you guys in real life.
Right, like we said earlier, this is more of our side hustle. Most days of the week, Dustin and I are on the floor, so feel free to come say what's up and talk to us about the streams. We'd love to hear from you guys. We're in the room every day just about, so come find us.
That's right. Come say what's up.
We're wearing name tags. It's easy to find us.
Gallagher Slayer, appreciate it. Congratulations on the swag. We got your info, right?
Yeah, we do, Gallagher. We will get back to you when I find out that information. Congratulations again, and appreciate you.
Charles Simmons says Duval in the chat. That's right. Duval.
That's right, Charles.
Runscape said, would like to play this, but you're in the UK. Oh, man, that's a bummer.
Look at this guy with freaking ones.
RG Natural, yeah. Scott busted, man. Fast and loose. Fast and loose to the rail. Wasn't his day. He caught a couple of tough beats, a couple of coolers. Alec Torelli's Hidden Chips, rereading your comments. Yeah, I agree, but also there's some merit to being at the other end of your range. You know, like you don't want to just be top of your range versus top of your range. It can be hard to make any money. So if you're going to be in there with your bluffs, you want to be really deep for when your bluffs work, obviously.
All right, Dustin, I think that might have done us there. All right, guys, that was our last hand of the night. We are done here on our 2-2 deep stack stream Wednesday night here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Thank you, everybody, again for tuning in with us. We had a lot of fun with you guys all night. Again, we will see you guys on Friday for our 5-5 PLO game. Check our Facebook and Twitch and YouTube pages for the archive streams. Twitch page and bestbetjacks.com into Google for our schedule and upcoming streams. Yep. Ricky Silver, it's been a pleasure like always. We will see you guys on Friday. Make sure to be here. It'll be a good one.
You guys have been awesome. We'll see you Friday for 5-5 Pot Limit Omaha. For myself, Dustin Shacklock, my man Jordan Spina, and the rest of the Best Bet Live crew. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys soon.
If you see me around, always bring up Magic. Anything you got to tell me. All right.